What up? Ah, we have a new season to test out. So many new things to look forward to. So let's get this started. Maybe you'll now appear as a raider with the following special rules. While controlling civilians at stage 1, you cannot attack survivors directly. Okay. So he can't attack. Either continue infecting civilians or wait until a certain amount of time passes. Survivors who get too close to an affected civilian will enter a struggle. Oh, okay. Oh, whoops. No, I took it off. Whatever. Ooh, so many rewards. Okay. It's not a lot, honestly. Go. That's shirt. Ooh, that's a lot of tickets. I need the new Dragon Fist skill. It's working. Oh, my audio is fine. I think I messed around with a couple audio settings. Free tickets. Hello, Lucy. Hi, Spicy. What's up? It's been a while. So much time has passed. Sorry if I'm not streaming often enough. How you guys doing? Yeah, the lick. Oh man, he likes the lick emote. Okay, I think gonna summon first. Oh, the audio is a bit. Game might be louder than your voice. Gonna have to see what actual gameplay happens, but menu sounds drown you out. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, thanks for telling me. Hold on. Dragon Ball The Break is audio. I know the pen doesn't like lick. No, it's fine. There's no ill intent behind it, so it's okay. Instead of happy. No, it's fine, Spicy. I don't mind. We're gonna use... I think I'm gonna do 2 temples and see if I get anything. But also, I think the music is a bit glitched out. Okay, let's go. Let's watch it. Why not? That's rough. That's rough, man. Oh my god. Please, Shenron, save me. Oh, what?
So, you wanna fight?
SpicyToast_65 gifted a tier 1 sub to bot_Giru. They have given 23 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Spicy, for the gift sub to Giru. Well, you do really like... Oh, I got Super Saiyan 3. You do like gifting subs to bots, so I should have expected that. Thank you, Spicy. 5 months. Yeah, that's a lot of gift subs you've given. Thank you so much, man, for the support. I appreciate it. I don't know, man. I really want to have Dragon Fist. That's one more. Gotcha gods, bless me, please. Oh. 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 Damn it. Nah, it's not gonna be anything. Orb. Okay. Whatever. I got the Super Saiyan 3, I don't mind. It's fine. You sure? Where is it? Is this Z5? It looks the same as the previous one. Season. Oh, okay. It says season on it. I think that's it. Gami symbol. Let's see the shop now. But yeah, how you guys doing? I'm sorry if I didn't show up as often. Like, if this game dies, usually like there's not much for me to stream, honestly. Okay. GT Girls. Okay. Is there no like big bag I could buy with everything? Just gonna do this. Oh, he's a civilian. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, let's get this. he's actually posing as a civilian. That's neat. Let's see. Give me enough? Oh, it's barely enough, okay. Yeah, let's get this. I wanna have everything. Yeah, let's see. Where's wait? Oh, there it is. Swaps with another affected civilian. So how many civilians do we start with, like infected ones? See if survivor by using civilian voice to call for help. Oh, 20 seconds. Okay, I see. You can't like spam it. Hi, Cal. 3 civs? Oh, okay. So you have like 3 civs, infected ones, you can switch to, or like you need 3 civs to evolve? Attacks and infect survivors and civilians. Must be close enough. Alright. And it's 5 seconds. Oh, only 5 seconds. That's neat. Infected survivors and civilians, plants, eggs, freezes. You can infect more civs. Yeah, I was just curious how many you start with. You start with 3 infected civs. Okay, thank you. You can swap 2, but can infect more. Yeah, I see. There are 3 civilians. You can teleport to scatter around the map. Okay. Good. Infecting survivors and civilians increases evolution. It's also increased when an infected civilian attacks a survivor. Oh, that's also pretty strong. Infected survivors become unable to use 1 random active skill. Yeah, this is gonna be like really bad. This is gonna be an absolute mess for survivors. Like, you take 1 whole active skill, you can't use it until you get the supplies. By the way, you should read while in queue, just in case you're unlucky with queues for some reason. Oh. Yeah, but... Yeah, okay. Hold on. Let's start with Bola. And of course, we want to have Super Saiyan 3. Okay. All right. Then you get this, I guess. Bola, I don't think she gets any skills, so let's start with her. And then we go to... What else am I missing? Oh. Oh yeah, the launch skins. Got a game, be right back. She has Bulma skills. Oh, okay. Good luck with your game, Cal. Yeah, I don't think... Like, she just copy-paste. No new active? Oh, you only put it once. Okay, nice. And this one, only once. Okay, that's neat. Yeah, I don't have to spend spirits. Wait, what? Oh, I thought I had it at only... have it at plus 10, right? Okay. Is the game too low now? Or is it fine? Oh yeah, gotta preset my Raider as well. Then we queue up. Ooh, that's a lot of priority. Okay, let's see if I get a Raider game. Yeah, I think Raider is gonna be pretty strong. We'll have to see. Looks like they're completely unaware. I like his voice. It's so scary. So creepy. The full eyes. The entire universe. He laughs a lot. Alright. That's neat. The voice lines are really good. The free ones. I thought he would be like Subarashi. Awesome. Ooh, he gets 4 as a Great Ape. That's awesome. His voice doesn't change. Okay, there's more. Oh, gotta do this. I forgot. Alright, preset, that's fine, okay. Let's continue reading the skills. Skills? Okay. Hides inside a civilian body to avoid being attacked by survivors. After a certain length of time has passed, there are no longer any unaffected civilians. You move to Vegeta's body. So, I wanna guess that infected civilians, get saved by Trunks, and like he actually oh, all right. Let's see now if we get a Raider game. I wanna guess, like, if you find an infected civilian and he attacks you, eventually Trunks is removes him from the map, and like Baby doesn't get to teleport to him anymore, and then like you can actually remove all the infected civs from the map. Oh, he calls them back after a short time, struggling against the survivors. It's survivor stun. Okay, you get stunned by the civilian. That's neat. We crashed for some reason. I have a new outfit we can get. Outfit. Oops. As this one, gonna have to get more TP soon. Super 17. It's kind of neat. Like, if we get Super 17 as a transfer, that's gonna be great. I hope we get him. And then, of course, these good ones are TP. Your father has been killed! And then you're the father. Like, you can actually redo the scene. Oh man, this one is TP. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get more TP. The music stuff. OBS? Yes, please. So, what do we get for Zenny? I'm wondering. No Zenny items? Oh, this one is CP, of course. Okay, this is Zenny. I mean, unless this has been here before, but I don't know. Old ones. Yeah, there's not much content they added. Not like, I'm kind of disappointed at the lack of content they added. It's just all TP stuff. I didn't get revived. Yeah, unlucky. Did you play against Baby by any chance? Gogeta set. So we're gonna get eventually a Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta if this is here. Raider did AD, I had 40 seconds to revive at the safe area against Baby. So I'm wondering, if you get down versus Baby, do you get infected like immediately by AD? Or does he have to actually finish you off to infect you? Everything is sold out, so it's just outfits here. I don't really need outfits, except if there is any. So nothing is any, so I don't care actually. Yeah, Q times could use a little. I don't think like this super fast game is in 1 minute, but still, I think we might get better Q times than yesterday. Lose one active skill first time. Once you're out of the game, he can summon you as a pawn. Yeah, I think I know that, but I'm wondering if you actually you lose the active skill if you get down by AD, for example. He needs to finish you. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, let's look at the dragon tier. Let's see, do we get a survivor skin maybe? He does the infect animation. Okay, you need to like actually die to him. It's a baby outfit. Oh, you actually get a Majin Buu's outfit from the dragon tier. Dragon tier is baby and Buu outfit. That's about it. Oh man, really? I mean, you still get TP, but I expected like some kind of survivor skin or something like worth. Alright, Fen, how hard are we coping? I mean, really, to be honest, if I don't see a Super Saiyan 4, I'm gonna be like really disappointed. But I don't know, man. I don't know what to expect at this point. I've looked at the leaks, and so far, like, it's not much to look forward to. Also, how you doing, Graham? Like, if we're only getting 3 transfers in throughout the season, that's not gonna be that's not gonna be enough for me. Join me in meta in this uninstalled train. Also, Vanish Spam is gone. It has a cooldown now. Oh yeah, I heard of it. I read the patch notes. I mean, if we really don't get anything, I don't know, man. Like, we didn't get the region lock removal, so I don't think we're gonna get like something really groundbreaking. I don't know, man. I might uninstall the game, to be honest. I might join you. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Only 3 for the whole season. So far, I think I've seen only 3 transfers. Like, I'm expecting maybe they learned from before. They don't actually put everything in the files from the get-go. So maybe like we're gonna get like updates and new transfers, so people don't actually data mine everything from the first day. But if like the season lasts like 4 months, I believe, if you look here at the dragon tier. So, oh, you can see it. I think I've seen it on Double D stream. It's 125 days, the whole season. So it's like even longer than before. And still we only get 3 transfers. I don't think that's gonna cut it. Like, I think they're actually gonna have to announce the end of service. I missed something. Yeah, I'm just saying the other must be hidden. Like, they actually didn't put the files in yet. Like, I'll be really surprised since that's all we're getting. Like, we're gonna get Gogeta, I hope. We're gonna get, like, Super 17 transfer as well. So, that's what I'm hoping for. If we don't get those, that's, like, an uninstall from me, to be honest. Got another game, be right back. Yeah, good luck, man. There's only Super Saiyan 3 Goku, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Goku. Okay, nothing else has been... That's what I've seen, yeah. I mean, I'm happy we're getting Super Saiyan 4 for CICs. But that's not gonna be enough. We should have gotten Super Saiyan 4 from the first day. If the next banner is also a solo banner, yeah. Like, I've seen a lot of people be like, stop with the Doom posting. Like, we're so doomed, the game is over. But honestly, I don't really blame them. Like, I'm really starting to wonder if we're actually, like, this game is gonna survive, to be honest. At this point, it's on life support. Like, we didn't get a new map. That's like a glaring issue with this season. If we don't get a new map, that's how you know, like, there's something really wrong going on. Hello, Chigiri. We're doomed. Yeah, we're doomed. This game is doomed. Like, look at the queue times. Look at this. It's been, I don't know, like 15 minutes in total. And we haven't gotten a game yet on the first day of the season, unless like my my queue is broken, like I have to restart it. But I don't know. I'll restart it. Fuck it. But yeah, I so far I'm not impressed. How you doing, Chigiri? Excuse me, Prio. Prio what? Oh yeah, that's if you buy the Raider, you get a 10 Prio, I believe. That's how it's been for the past like 3 seasons, I believe. Oh, that's long message. I'm good. How are you? I'm finally getting to stream this game again. I hope we get fast games so I can actually showcase the new stuff. And I was really looking forward to like actually play Baby and see how he plays. I've seen like some good changes they made with Raider. I've seen like Double D stream and some other streamers, and they've told me like Baby is super broken and like Vegeta is also broken, Cell is better. So that's a good thing. That's a step in the right direction. They nerfed survivors as well. So like they removed the supplies. If you don't have level 2, you don't get supplies anymore. So that's gonna be fun. But I'm just wondering. Oh, we got a game. No map, no new episode, no survivor skin for Dragon Tier. Most of Baby is reused from other Raider. Yeah, Vegeta and Zamasu. I don't know, like Zamasu. I don't really see Zamasu in Baby so far, but maybe I'm wrong. Not much is going on the shop. Yeah, the shop, I definitely agree. Like, it's all TP stuff. Oh, is it gonna crash again? Is it? Okay, game. Okay, maybe my game is broken. I have to restart it, since it's the second time it does this. So far, they extended the season time. It's going towards end of service. Yeah, it's not looking good. Expect season 7 to be the last. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be the last. Like, they're gonna do at least 10 seasons, I believe, and then like be done with it. Like, you've seen how long Xenoverse has lasted, so they might actually like keep this game on until like, I don't know. I don't expect really end of service anytime soon, but it's looking like it will have a severe drop in player base. It's not exciting. Oh, you bought? Thank God. Thought that was normal. Yeah, I bought like the Raider Baby, and I bought the Survivor skins, all of them. So I just want to showcase the new stuff. I don't like have Dragon Fist yet. I haven't pulled it, but I do have Super Saiyan 3. And then like there's outfits like Super 17. I haven't bought them yet. I don't know if I will, honestly. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it if the queue times are this bad. Raider disconnected. There needs to be level 3 for supplies to drop, I think. Yeah, it needs to be level 3 or higher at the STM phase, so Goku Black can just stay level 2 and do his thing, and you can't do anything about it. And like they announced the leaderboards as well. That's exactly what we needed, guys. Not the region lock removal. Let's add leaderboards. So like there would be like 10, 20 cheaters at the top with 999 score. And like, I don't know. It's just gonna be really... I don't know. Like, Japanese players are requesting all kinds of stuff that's different from us. So... I don't know, like if they actually play the game like we do, it's not the same game we're playing. Like, it's so broken beyond belief. I don't really see why they needed to add leaderboards in this, considering how the game is right now. Raider needs to be level 3 for supposed to drop. I had a thing happen to me 4 times today already. Yeah, I don't know, man. Please give me a game. I wanna play the Raider! Or try out Super Saiyan 3! Look at him. Look at her. They actually added Super Saiyan 3 before 4, so I would have expected them to add Super Saiyan 4 before, since like they added the blue and Super Saiyan God before Super Saiyan 3. But I'm really surprised at actually adding GT stuff. Like, I didn't really expect them to add just this much GT stuff. So it's a good thing they're actually acknowledging GT still. Okay, that's Giru sending a message. Red boots. Band GT red t-shirt feet event version. Alright. It's not a red t-shirt. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get this outfit as soon as possible. This one is a bit blue. That's a lot of tickets. We're actually getting a lot of tickets from this event. And then that's the green t-shirt, which is not red. I don't know why it says red t-shirt there. That's kind of weird. Here's the monkey scene, the monkey's feast, the monkey. Hello, Practical. How you doing, man? I haven't found a game yet. That's actually like what I'm experiencing right now. I just want to play a game and see how it feels. But yeah, how you doing, man? Good, Baby Busted. Uploading a vid on that now. We'll see the video. I guess if when you're done uploading it. I'll upload it today. Yeah, that's neat. That's neat. I just wanna try out Baby. Oh, let's keep reading his skills. I forgot. Let's see. Skills. So far his level 1 is looking really good. Like he can move to other civilians. He starts like with 3 civilians. You can actually like pretend to be a civilian, call for help. You can't like really spam it. It's 20 seconds cooldown. Infect. So you just go up to a survivor or a civilian and you infect them. It's like 5 seconds cooldown. I don't know if you can actually interrupt this. Is it like a finish off animation when you like if you use a stun? You're the other survivor, you use a stun, you interrupt it. But it looks like you can instantly down any survivor, even in D-Change with the skill. Not gonna be really disappointed with Baby. I would love to just stay as a level 1, cause it's survivor's trust issue, but no, the game wants you to only infect, auto-evolve, can't even damage the serve. Grr! Yeah, like you can't stay as level 1. Its level 1 is looking pretty good. Like, you can be a civilian, that's gonna be a meme. Plenty. Yeah, we've already read those. Let's see, level 2. Shield barrier. Deploys a key barrier that blocks Ki Blast. So is this like Broly's barrier, I believe? I don't think Goku Black gets one, so Broly had one, and then this is the second one we get. So, Ki Barrier, Ki Blast, blocks Ki Blast and Ki Waves for a certain period. It cannot block super attacks. Oh, okay. It's not like Energy Field then. It basically has 2 evades, which is powerful. Is this shield barrier like an evade? Can be used while being damaged. Oh, okay. It's actually an evasive skill. But it's 90 seconds cooldown. And I think it's gonna carry over to his level 3, but we'll see. Generates a key explosion, attacks nearby enemies, sends those with a wide range, flying with a shockwave. Also this is like an evasive. It's like Vegeta. Level 3 Vegeta's Break Strike, I believe. Gold Servants, okay. 0 seconds? Huh? Wait, is this bugged? 0 seconds? Summon survivors that have been turned into servants to search for enemies to attack. Only the number of survivors turned into servants can be used. Stay on the map and attack survivors until they themselves are attacked. If a servant gets caught up in an area, they will retreat and become available again. Yeah, you can't kill. Obviously, you can't kill your own goons. So, but you're only gonna use this once to call a servant until like they find someone, and then I guess they go on standby and you can call them again. I don't know, like doesn't seem like there's a cooldown on this skill, so I don't know. Charges at the enemy for a flurry of close range attacks and then fires off the keyblades. Oh, is this like Goku Black's level 3 dash, I believe? When he like dashes and still attacks? Why aren't you finding a game, stupid game? I don't know, man. I haven't played a single game today. This is not looking good, to be honest. So he gets a dash. I don't know how far this dash goes. We're gonna have to see later. But if it's anything like Goku Black, then I think this guy is gonna be busted. He gets the same skill as level 1. If a survivor has been finished off, leaves the game without being revived. Or if you finish off a survivor. Oh, okay, if you finish him off for good, then you can call and control the body of the survivor. So he doesn't actually bleed out. He stays in the game. He can't like actually leave the game. Well, you can still withdraw, I believe, but you actually keep his body until the game ends. So that's gonna be really good against low-level survivors. So far, like, we found 2 games, but the games decided to crash. So if it does it the 3rd time, I'm gonna have to restart Breakers, which is gonna take like 5 minutes because my game's broken. Shield barrier. Okay, he gets this again. Fail to connect to room numbers. Yeah, I got that error 2 times. If I get it the 3rd time, I'm gonna restart. He gets the same skills. Reverse shot. Multiple tracking keyless. Is this like Vegeta? The keyless greatly changed direction to pursue. Oh, we're gonna have to see this. Okay, he just dodged it, but it actually tracks him and goes back. Oh! Hold the phone. You bleed out as normal too, you can leave the game. Just means that isn't rewarded, you get them as a servant. The player is forced to stick around. Yeah, I see. Ooh! Let's see. Oh my god. It's a second draw! We're gonna be baby. Guys, we're gonna play as baby. Oh, I hope this won't be too laggy. Who we're gonna get as survivors? Okay. All console players, so doesn't look like anyone I know, so let's see. Oh, why am I level 200? Oh, okay, it shows my survivor level. It's bugged. So I've seen people like be like, oh, how is he so high level? And it's like, it's a bug. So it's not that I'm not level 294 as baby. It's my first game. Greetings! Hello, Calabaza. Time to pause my game and watch. It's all rated levels. Survivors. Yeah, I see. Yeah, we're gonna have to test out baby. I hope I don't get clowned on, but I don't think. I don't think this is gonna be bad. Hold on. Yeah, it's a survivor level, so it's not really accurate. Let's see. Can we? Level 1 melee attack is an instant kill against anything. We'll see, we'll see. Let's make fun of them. That's so good! What are you gonna say to that? What are you gonna say? you can't, I just burned you, man. Get your best emote. Since it's the console? No, no, I'm not. I'm not. What's the Civ running around? Oh. Hello, help me! Alright, I infected Poir already. Wait. Okay, he's dead. Someone save me! Actually do this! Can actually, like, infect. Hello? Come here. Oh, whoops. Come here! Come back here! Okay. Can I infect this? I need this. Okay. Let's see, let's see. This is not gonna be hard, okay. Oh, you get his, okay, this is pretty good. Oh, okay, that's crazy. Whatever. He just went inside Boo's house and did that, I guess. Are you insane? Whatever. Ah. There's still someone there, but I don't wanna, like, kill them for... Should I? Still over here, I believe. Unless he IT'd. Can I destroy this? Yeah, let's AD E. Ah, I shouldn't have. I thought he found the key in D, whatever. Yeah, this is a waste. This is a waste. Whatever. This is so bad. Oh wait, there's still Dragon Balls in play. Yeah, that doesn't reach. Okay, he IT'd, that's great. Hello, Taku. What are you doing? That missed. Okay, great. I really need to kill this guy. I should have grabbed the Dragon Ball. Whatever. Love how the T-Foods. Yeah, the T-Foodsing to power him up. Let's see. It's only A left. It's crazy Ki Blast. Whatever. The keys are here. Where's he? Well, I'm just gonna camp the key. Is he a rock? I actually fucking lost him. He just went behind the cliff and I lost him. I can't do anything else, I have to camp. Well, they get to set the key, I don't mind. Where's my Dragon Balls? To keep these. Oh, I don't get a dash anymore. I have 2 servants. Yeah, servant. Servant. There's someone here. Okay. Can I do instant descent? I don't know how. Oh, I'm gonna be Great Ape. Hold on. Let's see this. Baby, my lord, accept this! Double jump? Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Double tap jump. I tried it, but it didn't work. Alright, alright. Let's grab the STM, actually. Oh, the bot is not gonna play the music. Okay, I don't get my skills anymore, but that's okay. See someone over there. Oh, I keep the Dragon Balls, by the way, they can summon. I'm back here. Oh, you're not getting away, man, I'm a Great Ape! Oh, please. Okay. Let's see a finish off. Okay. Basic bitch finish off. Someone else here? Oh, my servants! Oh my god. This is... What are they supposed to do? They can do anything. Ah, the IT. It's great. Oh, the stomp, I forgot. Whatever. I'm just gonna destroy this and do a stomp and see. Oh, he gets fast AD, yeah. Ooh, I got someone with my move. I got him. Where is he? Can I finish you off? Where is he? Oh, he's in the little hidey hole. Oh my god. Why is he so broken? Why is he so good? Oh man, this is not real. Oh man. Vanish Spam is gone. All Raiders are good now. Yeah, this is like the perfect example of how to not balance the game. And we're gonna do a summon now. Let's see if we get a Dragon Fist. Oh, the bot resumed. Oh, okay, I see. If you song request, the bot resumes. I didn't know that. Let's see. What do we get? Ticket. That was the best rated game I ever had. Like, what are they supposed to do? They all had like Jakko's ship. They all had like what you call it, Immortal Champion, and it's still like lost really hard. Let's see. What do we get? Let's go gambling. Oh, we got a golden. Got a golden. Is it gonna be a featured golden, or is it gonna be like... Let's see. What do we get? Please. 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 Oh, okay. Young talent. Yeah, I needed that. Oh my god. Should I just impulse spend my tickets? What do you guys think? Or anything good here? Okay, Dragon Fist in 1%. And all of these are... What is this banner, man? This is such a bad banner. You're only summoning for Dragon Fist, that's it. All of these skills I already have. And like, you're not even guaranteed Super Saiyan 3, like you can get these also. Yeah, I don't think it's so worth to summon. Well, let's get some Survivor gameplay. Since we're definitely not gonna get like a Raider game at Prio Zero, I don't think we will. So, you have to play some Survivor games. Or T. Or Stomp. Yeah, I when I play Raider games, I just forget I have supers and stuff. Like, I haven't used my supers enough in that game, but I still won. You lick the happy pen. You have 2 servants. I don't know, man. I tried. I tried to like utilize the servants as much as I could. That's gonna be really useful. The scouts you get. But yeah, I hope we actually get fast games so I can showcase everything. I don't want to be like a queue simulator. It's gonna be like not good to watch. Oh, by the way, I have some new redeems if you want to try them out. But let me know if like they're too expensive, because like I just didn't really make them too expensive, but I don't know. Yeah, Taco, hello. I believe I said hi to you earlier. How you doing? I can cook. That's a good emote. Stare at the bot. Stare at the nuggy. Yeah, I don't know, man. I do watch Kohaku, and he's like really funny to interact with. I don't know, man. I try to be entertaining, but sometimes I'm just gonna be boring. I don't know. It depends on the mood. It's hype train level 9. Oh, that's nice. Gotta have the golden kappa. I thought it was a myth, but I actually can get the golden kappa trains on like really streams with like thousands of viewers, and sometimes you get it if you reach high enough. Let's see, just gonna read up the messages. Maybe I missed some. Melee attack is instant kill against anything. Yeah, this level 1 is like really good. I felt like I was doing better as level 1, and then like when I when I made it to level 2 and level 3, it was I don't know. But I'm really glad we got a radio game in. One shot is real. The one shot is real. Spawn next to the survivor. Yeah, I just walked around a bit, and like I already found 2 survivors that I infected. So like if you infect them really early on, you actually disable their skill, and like they're crippled for the rest of the match. I managed to infect like 3 or 4 people early game, so they're gonna be that much more useless. Yeah, like you take off one whole slot for the whole game. There's no counterplay to it unless like you get the supplies. But that's assuming like he's level 3. Level 3 baby. Which sometimes will not happen. Okay, failed to cook. That's the 3rd time I've gotten that. But assuming like it's because like I got the radio game earlier, so maybe it's just a coincidence. So I'm not gonna restart my game yet. But if I do get it another time, I'm just gonna restart with that. Water bottle in item boxes. It's not in the. Oh, okay, that's good. That's actually yeah, that's much better if you get them from item boxes. He really needs to have many servants so he can't stall. So, oh, okay, so obviously, like, he's gonna need to be level 3 or higher. I mean, yeah, I think you get auto evolve because, like, there are some civs. If you, like, get stunned by a civ, you get evolution energy, so unless there's, like, no more civs on the map, then I guess, like, you're gonna stay level 2, but I don't see that happening. Unless, like, you're doing really bad, and you do an AD like me earlier. Like, you AD an area with no key found in it, and, like, they proceed to find all the keys. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it's in item box. I haven't played the season yet. We'll see, we'll see. Hold on. I just saw it bug out a bit. Like, it went up to 8 out of 8, and then it went down to 2, so we'll see. Let's see. Can we get an instant queue again? If all civs have been rescued, you get level 2. If you need 3 survivors to get level 3, and then another 3 survivors to get level 4. You level up really fast. Yeah, it felt like I was actually not having trouble leveling up. I'm just killing infecting everyone. And, like, I had 3 or 4 servants at the end. So it felt like I was actually dominating that game, even though, like, they actually key rushed, I wanna say. I don't know. They tried to key rush, but obviously, like, there's so many civilians and servants on the map, and, like, people kept getting caught. So, like, obviously, if someone is down, you're gonna have someone rush to save them and stop setting keys. So it's always a good thing to actually down survivors. After, like, you got level 2, you down survivors to slow down the key rush. That's gonna, like, slow down the game a lot. But if you're going for civs at level 2 and level 3, I think you're gonna get key rushed, and you're not gonna have a good time. So you gotta keep a good pressure on the map. Always have 1 or 2 survivors downed, so they can actually try to revive. But yeah, I tried to not camp because I managed to down Puar and that other guy at the start of the game. And they were next to each other. There was, like, 2 civs next to them that I infected. So what I did is go down another guy who was, like, a bit farther away. So they had time to revive and leave IT away. So for a good 1 or 2 minutes, I was actually having trouble finding other survivors. And there was, like, this one girl who kept flying really up in the air, and I couldn't get her. She was stalling a lot, so that's how you want to play Survivor. You want to stall the raider. If you can manage to stall the raider for a good minute, so your teammates can set the key, that's gonna be really good. So his key blasts are kind of good. Like, level 2 key blast, he gets the laser ones, which is, like, the best key blast you can get in the game. But it's actually a smaller key blast than Super Boo, because Super Boo and Jace key blasts are really big, but they're, like, level 3, so it's understandable. So I don't think you'll be able to cancel out baby ski blasts. Let's see. One thing about fighting baby: do not engage when he's level 1. He can infect at range. He will also auto infect. in melee range. You cannot fly and is as slow as a survivor, so run away. Yeah, I noticed that you're actually kinda slow. Like you can't actually catch up to the survivors. But if they were trying to loot right next to you, and like they don't hear the heartbeat, right? So they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna try to loot. There's a civilian calling for help next to me," and he's like walking in the middle of the road. Surely, it's just baby being a baby. Like, it's not like the raider himself is actually walking around. So they actually like, I caught them off guard. But I imagine you don't really want to be walking around in as a civilian in plain sight, because that's just you. That's everyone's gonna be able to tell that's actually baby, not a civilian running around. But if you get low levels, it's gonna be like you get no heartbeat, so I'm just gonna loot in front of him, and obviously you're gonna have openings, so you can actually infect them without a heartbeat. All they hear are the footsteps. The footsteps, yeah. You're gonna have to like really listen for footsteps. Telepathy apparently doesn't work. You can't find. Really? Oh, okay, I see. That's gonna be annoying. So he's actually completely hidden. You can't find him unless like you hear his footsteps. Yeah, I don't know, man. Survivors are gonna really need to step up their games, I guess. But they got heavily nerfed, so. Oh, we found a game. Hell yeah. Please let this be... Please let this be Baby Raider, so we can actually... We can actually get the full Season 6 experience. Gonna potentially see him with Key Sense. Key Sense? Yeah. That's the only saving grace, I guess. Macabro. Yeah, it's a baby. Nice. It's level 291 survivor, so he knows how to play the game. I don't know. I feel like Bola is a bit unfinished, I wanna say. She looks a bit out of place. But if she actually gets voice lines, then I guess it's not as bad. But I don't know. For now on, I'm gonna be Bola IRL. But yeah, let me know if you guys wanna see some new skills. I'm just gonna do normal Bola, and then when I switch to launch versions, I'm gonna equip their skills on. They're kind of low levels. He actually bought the TP voice lines. So annoying. He's so annoyed. Does she get a gun or Keyblast? Oh, okay, she gets a gun. Oh, that civilian could be infected. Okay, it's not. Forgot to open boxes. You're not gonna hear a heartbeat, so... Already lost a guy. I'm gonna stay far away from that area. I don't want to be infected early on. Let's see if we can actually find the divine water item. Okay, finding a lot of change power, that's good. Dragon Ball. I forgot you actually get Dragon Balls versus Baby. It's gonna be interesting. Okay, gonna keep that. Ah! Ah! Leave me alone! I'm gonna hop into the pod. I don't want I don't want to be infected, man. That actually took me off guard. Like, I didn't even press the button. I wanted to see if you actually get hit by the civilian. Oh my god. I didn't get infected, so I'm fine. Sorry for screaming. Oh, you can't hit him. I forgot. Oh. Let's see how this goes. We have one guy who's infected. Have two people who are infected. That's such a terrifying animation, man. I didn't expect to... You can't tell when it's infected, and that's gonna be a problem. Okay, good. Please let this be an actual... Oh, someone sent a message? Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna stay away from him for a bit. And see if Baby comes here or attacks another guy, so... Okay, he's not gonna be here in time. Yeah, I knew it. Okay. Okay, take this guy out, Trunks, please. Okay, thank you. I hate that you actually get interrupted by that. He's definitely gonna come here. If I hear a heartbeat, I'm just gonna IT. Whatever. No, he's not here. Someone spot him, please. Yeah, it's gonna get Great Ape, I think. Also, we need to save, actually, people. We don't... shouldn't let them bleed out. Or they're gonna become servants. Unless he comes here, which is gonna be bad. Okay, good, good. He's shooting somewhere else. Run away. Okay, good. It's not the same guy, but he's gonna infect more people. And he already has one servant. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna win this one. Or if we're even gonna escape, so... Shooting that way, so... Eh. I have to run away, man. Yeah, that's... I don't know, man. That's not gonna work. Yeah, he's Great Ape now. But he didn't grab the Dragon Balls, so maybe that's good. No, it's... Who am I kidding? We're not winning this one. We're not winning. Like, he can actually afford to not camp and mess around. That's how broken he is. Yeah, man. Someone went down. 2 people went down. That's great. More servants. Okay. I showed for a bit. That's bad. I just want to see where he is. Without showing. Okay, he's there. Yeah, we're not escaping. He's Great Ape. Let's see, let's just like set the key. Oh. Yeah, he summoned it in his face. Good first game, good. Oh my god. Well, there's no ranked yet, so I'm not really suffering. I miss a message. Hold on. It's stun and pink for the raider. Don't worry too much. Trunks pulls the infected Civ after the stun. Gives you 3 cubes. Okay, so you do get the cubes. That's good. But a lot of people are not really used to the raider, so we're gonna have a lot of misplays. But as long as, like, since we get double XP, I guess that's good. I'm just gonna get some levels on the raider without buying the 20 free levels you get, because you might as well just play the game and get them normally. Yeah. I mean, it's a stun and ping for the raider, but when he's like level 1, you actually can't know if he's close to you or not. So he stuns you for like 10 seconds, I want to say, or maybe a bit less. And if he's close by, then you're kind of just done for. You get infected, and if you get infected, you lose a skill. I don't want to get infected at all. if I get infected, it's basically GG. I lose my IT or grapple, it's GG. If he's close, you're just done for. Yeah. Like, no heartbeat? That's really scary. Actually scarier than hearing the heartbeat. I wish they actually made it so civilians, normal ones, not infected ones, actually like try to move around and search for help, even if the raider is not baby. So, I mean, obviously that's gonna make the raider stronger because he can actually see civs move around. But it's just that so baby. The civilian baby doesn't look out of place when he's moving around in the middle of nowhere. He can actually pose as a civ. So if you see a civilian in the middle of nowhere, that's gonna be baby for sure. Like, you know for sure that's him. And that's not good design, if I'm being honest. Like, very rarely you're gonna get a baby who poses as a civilian and gets approached by a survivor to be saved. Yeah, crashing again. Is everyone else crashing like me, or is it just me? Because I don't know, like, if I'm gonna restart the game, it's gonna take like 5-6 minutes for the game to boot up, because that's just how my game is. For some reason they made I have a problem with the game, and it takes that long for it to load. It stays on a black screen, and I kind of have to deal with it every time I want to play. I haven't really found anyone with the same issue, that's the thing, so... I tried reinstalling, I tried a lot of things. I haven't played, but there's a lot of crashes. Someone even got restricted from the matchmaking crashes. Yeah, I think that's a thing that happened in Season 5 as well, with crossplay. Or Season 4, I don't remember. I remember there was like a season where Double D was trying to play a game, like queuing up normally, but because he kept crashing so much, he got restricted from the matchmaking day 1 of the season starting, so... I think it was the Broly season 4. Let's see what you said. I haven't played, there's a lot of crashes. They stopped playing, did not get hard banned. Man, imagine you get banned just for queuing up. Terrible. Like, you trying to play the game? Nope. I'm banning you. I think I don't really oh, let's see which skill to improve. Hold on. Oh, never mind. Thanks for the money, dummy. Get man. Yeah, imagine. Well, you don't really get banned in this game, but you do get a restriction that doesn't let you queue up again. Hey, Yas, how you doing? It's good to see you, man. I haven't been streaming, but it's always a surprise to see you on, because I know for a fact, like, you don't really watch Twitch. But how have you been, man? Like, today is a new season start, so we're trying out Baby and the Survivor skins. So we actually got GT stuff in the game. Yeah, look, it's Baby. I do wish we would have had something for Pan that's not an outfit. Something like a new transfer skill. I think in Xenoverse she had yeah, Baby. In Xenoverse she had a skill that stuns the opponent. It's like she does a para dance. And I wish we had that as a 5-star. You actually get to stun the raider for longer than Charming Pose. but it locks you in the animation for longer. So if the raider uses an evasive, you're kind of just boned. But I would summon for that skill. Like, I don't know if I would use TP to summon because that's still like a bit too much. But I would like go on all in on that banner if there's like a 5-star pan skill. Because I gotta have all the pan stuff in this game. There's a new event outfit you get, so I'm just gonna try to go for that. Such a good voice line, man. I can't be annoyed when Baby does that because like his voice actor sounds so funny. He's like a gremlin. I can't be annoyed at him. But yeah, civilians are gonna be like infected. The daughter of Vegeta, I don't even know her name. It's Bola. Oh, she's a bit bugged. Look at the hands are not on the handlebars. Yeah, apparently she's a survivor's Wraith, which is surprising. I thought like she would at least be able to fly. So that civilian right there could be an infected civilian. Let's see. Okay, he's not. Of course, important character. Yeah, okay, this game is about playing as the side characters, which are not as important, I want to say. And for example, Pan is not really a side character. She's like the main character of GT, one of the main characters, and that's good. But someone like Bola, I wish they actually made her more important, because she's the daughter of Vegeta and Trunks' sister, so I would imagine she would be strong, but she's not. Kick W. Jitsu! Well, we already have 2 keys on this guy, so. But we can't know if he's close by because he doesn't have a heartbeat as level 1. Bola never even trained ever once in her life. Yeah, that's kind of a shame. I think he's here. I heard a sound effect. I heard something. Yeah, with Baby, it's gonna be really paranoid with him. Because you don't know where he is at all. Let's see if I see something moving. Yeah, he's gonna down someone for sure. If he goes to melee... Yeah, I see him. He's right there. That's a clan guy who got downed. Does you run the King Kai skill? Interestingly enough, the King Kai skill doesn't work on Baby. Or at least that's what I'm told. Oh, revived himself? What? Okay, why did he get revived? I don't get it. Did that guy senzu him in front of Baby? I don't get it. Like, did you just give him a free servant? Yeah, so yes, for Baby, he actually censored himself. No, I don't think he censored himself because he actually got finished off once. So Baby got evolution energy from him, and then like that Pedro guy must have given him a senzu, so he finished him off again. I don't know, maybe the Pedro guy thought Baby wasn't there because he couldn't hear the heartbeat, which is really possible, but yeah, with Baby you have to learn to be a bit paranoid, I guess, and automatically assume that he could be everywhere at once. Oh, on a fight? I wanna try out the Ki Blast for Super Saiyan 3. What? Oh! That's a servant! I thought that was a guy trying to help me hit baby. Why did my own teammate hit me? Man, that's crazy. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good, man. Imagine. You hear a survivor and it's actually just an enemy. He's trying to censor him again. But if you do it in his face, he's just gonna give him free energy, free servant. Well, it's a good thing he doesn't have key sense, but still, it's really risky to go for revives when it's like just the last area like this next to the key. So either way, he's gonna get a servant. Yeah, he's confirming that he's gonna get that servant. So not much we can do there. Should I just go in and try to throw hands with him? Ow. Yeah, he downed him again. Well, the others went in, that's good. I wonder how much HP Baby gets when he's like level 2 and 3. Because I know he gets like 20k HP as a grade 8. Change missile's nerf, you can now retransform while you're in a missile. Used to keep it when you came out of it. I use it as an extra health save all the time. Yeah, they nerfed the survivors hard, man. Is that guy a servant? It's cool to see. Yeah, look at this. Oh wait! Look! The bodies are gonna teleport. Look. You see? Yeah, that's good. That's actually good. So now he can't really camp everyone at once. So he's gonna come camp this guy, and I'm gonna go revive this guy. Biba. So yeah, that's a good thing. He can't really, if he evolves to level 3, he doesn't even get the camp to the bodies he can't, because they teleport away to other areas. So, and that's the reason why you actually get forced to watch a cutscene. Yeah, that guy just wants to die, I guess. Also, it's good. You only get the supplies if he's level 3. So now he's level 3, you actually get them. I missed. Ooh, I hit him. Down. Yeah, that guy is gonna become a servant, sadly. Ooh, Dragon Ball. Can I get a Senzu? Senzu? No. Servant. Why do you have the voices turned off? Did you... Oh, I still have the problem with the voices not registering, I see. Yeah, like there are voices playing, but for some reason they're not going through OBS, and I need to fix that. That's okay. I didn't know that, but I've been like reacting to the voices so far. I didn't really know they were not going through. That's from Corinth. Ow. What? What is hitting me? Oh man, I'm finished. You don't know I'm here. Yeah, he's as powerful as Great Ape Vegeta. So I hope we actually get to escape now. Yeah, let's just leave, man. Oh, no, he's big, by the way. He can just rush to the areas and stop the escapes, I guess. Yeah, it's Great Ape. You can't really, there you go. Goodbye. Oh, SOS? Let me on! Oh my god. Yeah, too bad, baby. Too bad. Is he gonna escape? Yeah, I don't care. Don't really care. Yeah, I need to fix the... I don't know why the voices are not playing. That's kinda... I don't know. Okay, we get some Dragon Tier awards. That's good. And we're out of this game. Will they add Super Saiyan 4? I hope so. I think someone said they will leak the Super Saiyan 4 transfer, but I'm not really sure yet because they only leaked 3 transfers, so it can't be only 3 transfer for the whole season. That's so little. I don't think that's gonna sustain 4 months of worth of gameplay. Let's see. You're reviving one of them while it happens. You also teleport. Don't know if it's intended. The reason why they get teleported when he evolves from level 2 to 3, because you actually get to see a cutscene of those survivors powering up Baby to be level 3. So that's why they teleport. But if you're reviving them, then I guess. I like how everyone still dodges if it does it, as if it does anything. If you dodge out of the super attack he does, the ultimate one, I think you actually jump a little further, and you can get out of the way. Like, you can dodge out of the Super Kamehameha, for example. I think Trunks should make his comeback. If you want. I mean, usually when there's a new season, we play a couple games. But when it reverts back to bad queue times, then we're done. Since we're getting games now, so might as well. I'm just gonna try more Broly not Broly, what you call them, baby game. I'm gonna go to bed. It's also really hot. Yeah, it's kind of hot. I'm gonna turn up the AC. So have a good rest, Cal. See you later, I guess. And thanks for tuning in. Oh, another bola. We're gonna do one more game of Bola like this, and then next game I'm gonna switch to Launch to see her skill. Good luck on your games. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's gonna be really rough to win against Baby. I don't see myself winning, especially with low-level players who don't know how it works. When you use Launch plus the Blue Heroine, equip her passive Sneeze. That's gonna be... Oh yeah, I wanna try sneezing as Bola, for example, see if it changes her hair color. I wonder if it does. Level 249. You're level 249? Let's see here. Listen for footsteps, I guess. See. He's all the way over there, so... I mean, he can still teleport to civilians, I believe, so... We'll see. Me? Oh, I'm level, I'm almost level 300, actually, so... That's not really true. Okay, he's fine. Okay, he's finally evolved. Is he reviving in his face? Okay, let's get that guy back up. You tried to play Baby or not yet? I did. I got a game of Baby earlier and I won, so it was really easy. Playing as Baby is really easy. Okay, take my cube, will you? Where is he? Okay. Yep, I knew it. Yeah, if please get, please. Is he gonna make his way here? I think he's not. Okay. I think this guy is also infected here, so yeah, it's like right next to each other, so they're also infected. So I'm wondering if it's worth to save him to get the cubes. Yeah, he's camping the bodies, so... Wait, did I miss him? Is he here? Where? Oh, there he is. Oh, he's not infected! Interesting. He didn't get the Civ. Man, I didn't even see the Civ, it was right there. Yeah, that's a servant. I mean, you're gonna see a lot of people camping as Baby as well. So he gets his servants, I guess. Oh, shit. Oh, that guy's not infected. Interesting. Ooh, the key! I forgot I had the key radar. It's doing that. Oh, it's coming here, and he doesn't have key sense. Yeah, I can't get that guy. He's all the way over there. Is he not here? I mean, considering he's down 3 people and gotten so many civs, how is he still level 2? That's kinda... I don't know. I thought that was him. It doesn't get the lock on when I'm hiding. I don't think he does. So, I don't think he saw me. I'm gonna set keys. It's a servant right there. Yeah, that's a servant. Can I dispel them with a rocket? Whoops. So is that survivor gone for good, or he's gonna respawn for baby? Gonna try to set this. Yeah, he's after someone else. Also, if he gets that guy, we get the ATM, so can finally get out of this game. Because I don't think we can win except if he like really misplays. I don't know. We'll see. He's not doing much on the map. I don't see him anywhere. So. Is that him over there or the servant? Also, I want to test out if he gets evolution energy from when I try to save a civ and he's infected. So yeah, this guy is infected. Let's see. Oh, he's not. Yeah, I don't know. This baby's not like really infecting civilians he finds. Do that, and I'm gonna find the key. This. If you get stunned by an infected civilian, baby gets a small evo boost. Okay, so it's actually not worth it to save civs unless you're trying to get the supplies for level 3, which is, I don't know. He can just choose to not evolve. Found all the keys. This might be doable if he gets level 3 and doesn't kill that guy over there. It's gonna kill him. There's no way he survives. Oh, I see what's happening. He's actually not killing him because he knows if he does, we get the ATM. This. If against Baby Alex, Earth Delight, Power Charger, Worst Champion's Daughter, the Kick ability, and others, give you D-Chains is more worth it. probably sees this. Where is he? Oh, he's up there. That's good. You can't get me. If you get me, we're gonna get the supplies. Ow. Ow, 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 ow! No! He actually caught me. Yeah, at this point, it's a good thing if he gets... Oh, I forgot the 7. It's a good thing if he gets level 3. Don't need interact with civs at all. I mean, I don't want the raider to stay as level 2. That's because we don't get supplies. Still over there. No, don't summon the ETM! What are you doing? I actually want to set the key to get points. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you're not getting the voice lines for some reason. Should I go save that guy? Or is he gonna camp him? Oh, okay, he's shooting him. Yeah, he's just shooting that guy. It's not worth it to go for the revive. So it's one in E and one in C. Interesting. Let's go this way though. No, I'm not gonna save him. There's a chance that there's a servant next to him. He sent a servant there. See, I come in here. Oh no! What? Wait! What are you doing, man? Wait for me, you bastard! The oolong, man. I swear to God. Yeah, it's over. He's not gonna let me get away. There's no way. Oh. Oh. Please don't pose, please. Oh, is this gonna be in time? I don't think it's gonna be in time. Please let me move! Okay, goodbye, baby. Goodbye. What? Oh, does he hit me out of it? I was behind a whole mountain, man! Whatever, man, whatever. I I don't get to live because of that oolong, man. Like, this match took actually 15 minutes just so I can just not leave. Interesting, man. That's how baby games are gonna go. This bastard oolong, man. Like, I was like, I don't know, how does he hit me there? I was behind a mountain. Yay, 500 spirits. Let's try to get the boots at least. Cannot power up. Power this up. Move to infected. Call for help. Yeah, but call for help. I don't think I'm gonna need that. I think this is a good skill to go for first. Infected survivors and civilians, planting eggs, increases evolution. Yeah, this is really good. So this is the first skill you want to go for because it actually carries over to all the other levels except level 4. So you get increased evolution energy if you power up this skill. So I'm gonna get this skill to plus 20. And then I think we're gonna... I don't know if these are worth powering up. So let's see. Okay, this explosive wave carries over. Shield barrier. I don't think you get anything from this if you power this up. Because look at how little it gives you compared to this. So I think explosive wave, I'm gonna go for that second. Except if there's another passive skill I'm not looking at. But let's see. Ooh, radio game. Yeah, I don't know. The voices are not playing. I don't really know why. Have a look at the sources real quick. Looks normal to me. I don't know why. I don't know why it's like this. Scarlet, Sufuru, Kono, RM. That's some high levels, but I don't think they're gonna stand up to baby. But we'll see. Except if they get like the STM. But we'll see, we'll see. I'm also gonna turn off the music for now. Or at least make it very low. Let's see. Is my voice too loud compared to everything else? Because, like, I was screaming earlier, so I hope it wasn't too loud. The voice is fine. Thank you, Lucy. Oh, it's just another map, okay. Oh, I start in the underground. Interesting. Already 294? No, that's a bug. Okay, you already know then. Oh, fuck! No! Oh! Thank you, Mr. Doom, for the Cyberman, I guess. The first time someone redeems it. Let's see. Oh, I can't key blast. This is not gonna... You're setting the key right next to me. Are you just doing stuff next to me? Like, I don't know what you're trying to do. Oh, I went for the fucking. Oh, okay, whatever. No, I'm not gonna get you. I'm not gonna let you revive, man. I'm right here. I'm right here, man. Come over here. I can't go up because he can fly and I can't. Oh man, I don't know. The level 1 is invincible, yeah. Let's see. Come here. I got you. We're gonna destroy C, because we know where the key goes. Or, no, I'm gonna destroy B and then go to C. Seeing the civs working around. Yeah, Baby is a lot of fun, definitely. It's definitely a lot of fun. Oh, we already have a servant. Thank you, okay. I don't think that reaches. Okay, I'm gonna focus a bit. There's another guy down? Where? Oh, I downed someone. I mean, it's not my fault. You just, Holy shit. Where? Am I blind? I'm blind. Whatever. Get over here! What the fuck? Okay, that happened. He also gets a really fast finish off animation, that's good. Servant over there. I have a feeling, Are the servers struggling? I think I had some problems earlier with the games. Like, I'm finding games, but not quickly enough. Where is the IT in the way? Oh, summon the ATM. That's a wrong super. I didn't want to use that. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. There's someone swimming over here. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't let you escape, man. I want my diamond medal. missed, okay. Well, thanks for giving me the ETM. Alright, that's a free diamond medal. Oh shit, I skipped. I should have seen the animation, whatever. Oh, that's not... whatever. 6k is any, I'll take it. I didn't get a lot of civilians because like a lot of them were infected already, so I didn't go for them. But distance traveled, yeah. I mean, there's no ranked yet, so I don't really care about the medals. Like I still get level ups from playing Raider games. So we're gonna play a couple more Raider games. Let's see. Level 1 is invincible. Yeah, it's invincible. Seeing the Civs walk around is funnier than it should be. Yeah, the Civs should... we actually should get walking Civs that are bots. Even against other raiders like Frieza. Like, they should walk around so you can actually confuse them for Baby. Like, you can actually confuse Baby for a real civilian. Not fun enough to make me install though. Oh, you uninstalled. Yeah, that's... I mean, I don't think it's gonna be fun as a survivor, but as Baby, it's definitely gonna be fun to be the raider because he gets so many things. He has servants. He has the civilians. Like, he's basically the master of the map. Even against high-level survivors, you're gonna be winning a lot as Baby. But we'll see. Like, if you get more transfers, more skills to use, we'll see how it evolves. They might need to nerf Baby. The infected can't use special beam cannon. That's dumb. I mean, the infected get to use your own, like the survivor skill against the other survivors. And if you infect survivors, you actually disable one skill for the rest of the game, except if they find divine water, which I haven't found it in boxes yet, so I think you only get it from supplies. So that's actually just almost uncounterable. We're about to have ETMs. Yeah, I'm just reading the messages after because I couldn't really read during the game. So struggling. Yeah, I think they're fine now. We're finding games relatively fast, but we had problems before. Like, it was actually struggling to find games. Faced Baby, he seems like a raider you have to play smart against. So far, like, you're gonna have to do a lot for against a competent raider. You're gonna have to do a lot to counter Baby. If you switch someone as Ape, you still get them as a servant. If you hadn't... Oh, okay, that's interesting. Even if you, like, squish them. Oh, I should have switched to Launch. Yeah, we'll do one more game as Bola and then we switch... Next game I'm gonna switch to Launch. That's gonna be fun, reviving people fast as Launch. I'm gonna get camped. I mean, this guy is only level 8, so I don't think he's gonna be a threat. We'll see how it goes. So far, I've been actually jump scared by the civilians. Like, you don't really want to save civilians that have been infected because you actually give him, you get stunned and you give him evolution. That's really bad. His own voice line. Oh, he's here. He actually got that guy, okay. Sorry, I have to IT here to avoid the raider. Okay, I have my D change. Yeah, you can't hear the heartbeat at all. He just teleports next to you, you have to use your ears. I'm not the person who you think I am. Actually got the... Oh man. 2 civs. He might have bought the TP voice slot. Is he here? No! No, not my IT, man! Oh! At this point, I'm just prior farming, man. He just caught me as a level 1. It's over. No. What? Yeah, good job, man. Good job. You killed me. Oh my god, I don't have IT anymore. I'm so screwed. If this civilian stuns me, I'm done. Okay. He can hear me, but he can't see me. Okay, good. Oh, and the civs that he infects, they stay on the map, so you can't really civ rush him. You can't like remove all the civs from the map and deny him de-change. No IT is rough. Well, at least I'm gonna try to get my medals up. Like, if you get caught as level 1 against Baby, and you get the stupid pose, you're just done. There's nothing you can do. You just get infected. Yeah, those 2 civs here are definitely infected. Oh no, don't bring him here. Don't bring him here. You bring him here. Oh my god. I can't even IT away. I'm done. Okay, he got that other guy. Yeah man, good job bringing him to the key with your Jacko ship. So he can actually see us set the key. Oh, I'm infected, so I'm gonna get teleported away. Yep. He can actually abuse this. He just goes to the place where infected spawns in. And that's revive, like kill them again as soon as I respawn. Okay. Yeah, I really need that Ultra Divine Water if I wanna live. Such a happy music. By the way, Doom, did the redeem work earlier? Like, did you actually see my character get Yamshed? Or did I just get Yamshed for nothing? Oh no. There's no way he knows I'm here. I mean, everyone's alive, so it's not like we're losing that hard, but you're gonna need to lead him away from the key, man. Don't have CPD. Please don't hit me, please. Don't have a Dragon Ball, so I don't know what you want from me. Ow. Oh my god. Get me out of here. Does he know? He doesn't. Okay. Well, that guy had TPD, so that's gonna be useful. He's doing a lot of voice lines, man. Yeah, we can't get you, man. He just kinda killed you in the worst possible spot. I don't have IT for that guy, so I have to walk there by foot and hope, pray he doesn't camp. I need those supplies. Yeah, I'm not gonna get him in time. There's like too many obstacles in the way. That's... No. Okay. Do you have anything on him? Oh, he had a Senzu on him. Now let's rank this, I guess. He's just gonna destroy it. I think he's just gonna destroy it. I still forget that we get Dragon Balls against Baby. Like, we haven't had a wish against Baby for as long as I've started playing, so let's see if we get the supplies here and get cured. Oh, the supplies are over there. That's crazy. Okay. Somehow knows. He knows. You can't crush me over here. Oh, whoops. Oh! I should have saved it! Well, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Block on. Yeah, maybe block on. I am done. Oh! Ooh, thank you. Oh, let me have this. So you you going over there? Yeah, he got the lock on, probably. Servant, send the servant over here. Mr. Satan, you're a hero. I mean, he's getting cocky, but without IT, I can't. I don't have IT. I don't have IT, and I don't have my immortal champion, so I only have grapple. Have to live, Bola. Interesting. He didn't get a lock on. Just kill me, man. Yeah, just kill me. Whatever. Oh my god, baby is really powerful. And like I really misplayed at the start of the game, but still my the pose, when I transformed, the pose just locked me in place for baby to get his like, you can't really counter that. Even if you spot him, you can't counter the pose. So you just transform, sit there, and get eaten by baby. And then, like, you get infected for the whole match. You can't use your IT. That's just how it goes. So you're just gonna try to preemptively transform when you, like, detect a hint of baby in the air. Watch him add more broken skills. For the survivors, maybe. I just hope they fix the pose. I don't want to have the pose anymore. I mean, it looks cool and all, but if I'm gonna pose in the front of the raider and let him like hug me, that's really bad. It's just like Cyberman. He just grabs you and then you're dead. You're useless for the rest of the match. Oh no, you licked the pan! Monkey. Doesn't it do it when you hear the heart? You don't hear the heartbeat as level 1, that's the thing. You don't get a heartbeat. Oh no. I'm still here. Thanks for the Goomba redeem. Yeah, thank you for actually using the redeems, because I put them there for a reason. I want people to use them and have fun. I like that redeem. Yeah, I made a Yamcha one and a Goomba one. I'm looking to add more in the future, but so far I'm satisfied with my redeems. I also have the Hydrate one, which is good. I wanna have fun redeems. let's keep reading. Yeah, nice one. Nice, thanks. Let's keep reading. Oh, wait, I can. There we go. Yeah, you know, you really need to power this skill first, as baby. You get even more evolution. Wild Buster. This is his dash skill. Call Servant, you can't power it up. Okay. Can you power this up? Oh, this, yeah, of course. Losing is not an option. Changes the Shenron Wish, give me even greater power to give me supreme power. Then restores a certain amount of HP and triggers the grade 8 transformation. So this is only when you're making the wish. But I guess you're getting a lot more health than Vegeta. Since I saw that on a Double D stream, you actually get 20k health. That's a lot. Hope we get GT Vegeta in Sparking Zero. Hope we get any GT in Sparking Zero at all. Like, I don't know if we're gonna get some GT stuff in it. And it would be cool if we did from the get-go, not a DLC. But yeah, so far... oh shit, I forgot to... Man, I keep forgetting to switch to launch. We've had enough Bola games. Well, we didn't get a single win as Bola, but still, I just want to try all the skills out. And that sneeze skill is going to be fun to see. Not decent teammates. Great. Well, we'll still try to win as Ball, I guess. Maybe this game will be the one. And I like that every single raider we've gotten so far is baby. So you can tell like people are actually willing to buy the new raider, not like playing the old raiders. Super Saiyan 3 Ki Blasts are not bad. Like, I like the Ki Blasts you get for level 3. And for level 1 you actually get Kamehameha, so... It's not a bad transfer from what I've seen. And I also really want to get the Dragon Fist skill, but I feel like that's gonna be a waste of my tickets if I do. Go up there, Oh, you scared the shit out of me, man. He used instant descent, this guy. Okay, it's not an infected Civ. That's good. I hope I get all 4 of these cubes. That guy's just gonna be my nigga's own business. Oh, Dragon Raider. He's probably in X. You know, last game I probably should have used Power Unleashed instead of Transformation. To escape, okay. I guess that's an infected Civ. Let's try to... Oh, I forgot you could actually get the Dragon Balls from the rubble. They changed it so you don't get it only from the boxes. You can actually get it from the rubble. Teardrop. I don't care. Man, imagine if you could infect vending machines as well. For some reason. Watch them add the Shadow Dragons in Season 7. And there's like one dragon who can actually infect the vending machines. I remember. Still level 1. I wanna work. I want a piece of that. Please let me have some. Yeah, thanks. He's having trouble evolving. That's not bad. It also means he hasn't infected a lot of civs. But he did infect one guy. One survivor. Oh, he's right there. Okay, I see him. I see you over there. Oh, that's an infected civ. That's not actually him. Okay. Yeah, okay. I could, what I could do is try to save him while he ADs, if he does AD. Yeah, that's an infected civ. Let's get him. Okay, now let's hide. Okay, that's taking too long, man. Okay, he might get me here. He's gonna get me. Heartbeat. Grows louder, and then I'm out. Also, we got him a little bit of evolution there. But that's one less civ on the map, which is good. Oh, good. Yeah, this baby is not really evolving too fast. And we almost found all the keys. We're playing with a control. Yes, I am. Let's set the final keys. That guy is gonna become a servant, sadly. Let me have a piece of that so I get my score, please. Please. Okay, good. I mean, it doesn't really matter, because, like, even if you get a bad game, you still get Zenny, so we're gonna have a lot of temples on this banner. But you're only really summoning for Dragon Fist. Like, all the other skills, you only have the Super Saiyan 3 Transfer and the Dragon Fist. There's no other skills or supers, so that's gonna be rough. But at least you don't, like, have to summon again for Super Kamehameha or Warp Kamehameha, since you can get them for Super Saiyan 1 and 2. He saw me? Yep. They nerfed Vanish spamming, I guess. Oh. Is he still after me? No. Okay, good. He had some Dragon Balls, but I didn't really grab them. Oh! Someone did. We have them all. Have them all. Please get out of there. Please don't get even more servants. We actually have a chance versus this baby. He's not doing too hot. But there's still like some civs on the map, I guess. It's gonna work on the STM while it's doing that. Never mind, he's out there. I shook for a bit. Probably saw me. Oh, he's lagging. It's actually lagging. Please don't spot me. You don't get a lock on? I don't think you do. He's lagging, man. Holy shit. Dragon Balls? Okay. How he didn't see me? He doesn't get a lock on, so he kinda has to use his eyes, but he's not looking my direction directly, so he didn't see me. Yeah, he's kinda lagging. I can see that he's lagging. Shooting? Where's he shooting? Oh, that guy. Okay, good. Ooh, he gets a Goku Black. He gets 2 evasives. Gets 2 actual evasives. Yeah, this is proof that even if he's baby doesn't mean that he's gonna win. But still, we're not gonna get supplies, so maybe I should have went in there with my Power Unleashed. But it's good to work on the STM too. I still have my Immortal Champion, so to distract him for a bit. That's not a big mega, that's a Final Flash! Ah. Ow. Okay, don't make me use my IC, thank you very much. And then I barrier myself and go back in. As long as the level 4 keeps it. Actually try to kill him. No, he's not winning this. Not a chance. I actually got a win as Bola, so that's good. I can't emote fast enough. I am not used to it. Oh, I should have looked at the baby deleted animation. Yeah, I keep skipping the animation for some reason. 9.2k Zenny, look at that. Yeah, poor guy, he played baby and still lost. Like, at that point, it's just not good at Raider, man. Or, like, you really got unlucky, I don't know. So now it's time to switch to launch, I guess. Just to make sure we don't find a game while... Actually, I want to use this. Why am I so bad? Okay, could do away with sprint, I guess. And oh fuck! No! Oh! Thank you, whoever did that. Thank you. Yeah, Saint Spirit, hello. I'm really not having a bad time so far, but I do wish we did get a new map or Super Saiyan 4. So I'm partially having fun because it's a new raider, it's baby, so that's really good. We also got launch finally, so I'm not really completely like Doom boasting, I guess. And we also got that outfit, so that's a new band outfit. Partially having fun is not really sounding like you're having fun. I'm still having fun because I'm streaming. Like if I stream something that's fan related and like there's a new season, so it's not really a waste of a stream. Like even if nobody watches, that's fine. Also, I made new redeems and stuff, so I'm really confident in my like I'm not really. It's not like I'm streaming the game while it's dead. Like there's actually new content to show, so I'm really glad I can actually find games and showcase the new skins. That's about it. Let's see. So far, I played 2 games of Baby, and he's looking really broken. Like he's really strong. Let's see. Yeah, we did put launch on. I'm just triple checking. We don't have Bola. The Goomba one is better. I mean, I just want to ask: is the sound the same pitch as my actual voice? Like my actual the same voice you hear it now? Is it the same volume as the voice you hear in the redeem? Just so like I keep it consistent, not like less loud. But yeah, I'm looking forward to playing Baby, getting him high level. Also doing more temples. I want to get the Dragon Fist skill. But for what I've seen, like they didn't take off region lock. So you still can't play with people from NA, for example, if you're EU. You can't play with people from Japan, so you actually can't queue up with them. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's okay if I don't match with them, but I wanna like queue up with an NA player and match with people from both NA and EU, for example. Like, that's what they should do. But if I'm queuing solo, then it's fine to only get EU people. It's just a thing that you actually play with your friends, not unable to play with them. Also, there's like no new map. That's like a real big bummer. Like I was really hoping for the Tuffle planet. And Dragon Tier doesn't have a new Survivor skin. For Dragon Tier we only get this, which is the baby outfit. Can you link me the song playing right now? It's can you see that, like on the bottom right? On the bottom right, like there's that's the name of the song. Like you just type it on YouTube and you can find it. But yeah, I do have like a neat playlist with video game music, VGM. So Oh, the bug. Yeah, we're still getting this bug with yeah, sometimes we get that, which is not ideal, to be honest. We're gonna stream so hard together October 8th. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm gonna try to stream Sparking Zero. I am really looking forward to it. I already got it pre-ordered, the Ultimate Edition, so I'm really ready for it. The only thing I can see myself having trouble with is the graphics, because my graphics card is still like really old. So, I mean, it's fine running breakers, I guess, but for Sparking Zero, like, it's really demanding for both like OBS and Sparking Zero. So maybe I'm gonna have trouble with it. Maybe I'm gonna need to like buy a new graphics card. We'll see. Specs are just announced. Wanna see? Yes, sure. We'll see. We'll look at the specs. Since it's Unreal Engine 5, I'm expecting high specs, like RTX sort of stuff. Let's take a look at it. Windows 10 64 bits, i7 7700K. Okay, that's not a problem. 12 gigabytes of RAM, that's not a problem. Okay, graphics 1080p 30 FPS. You're gonna need a GTX 780. That's so low, man. That's like really good. Like, it's really optimized, I want to say. DirectX 12, 30 gigabytes of available space, and memory 16 gigabytes. If you want to play at 4K 30 FPS, you need RTX 2060. 30 FPS, 4K. That's really good. Like, I didn't expect the specs to be so low. Again, okay. Yeah, it's just breakers not finding, like, struggling to find games. But yeah, if it does it too much, I just need to restart, like, actually. But yeah, thanks Z for showing me the specs. Show it on stream so people know. I'll try, hold on. This is not a thing I'm good at showing images on stream. There we go. That's the specs, if you wanna look at them. So I just read them out loud, but if you wanna take a look at them, then there you go. That's like really low specs. That's like really good ones. So I don't really mind having that low of specs. But I might still get a graphics card anyway. So by the time it comes out, since I do like have a job and everything, so. I kind of over-prepared, no regrets. Oh, you did get a new graphics card, right? Chaozu, best character. Yeah, hope we get him. He used to be like really good. RTX 4080 Super. Yeah, that's gonna be like really good for the game. can actually play it in 4K 60 FPS. I wanna bet. So they put a lot of work into it, but I do hope like we get GT characters, OGDB characters, movies characters. But maybe that's too much for like the base game. Like I do know for a fact we're gonna get like Ribrianne and Rosie from Super. Like there's no way they don't put them in since they put Kakunsa in the game. Character trailer in 4 hours. Oh, I thought I already missed it. Okay, good to know. Yeah, we're gonna get more characters. I hope we get GT since if we got GT in Breakers, then they might as well also give us GT in fucking Zero. So, and Spopovich. Yes, Spopovich is obviously the best character. I want to get Spopovich too. Like his charge move, he gets Siamu. I'm gonna main Spopovich, just like I main him in Breakers. How are you, Yas? Long time. Oh, you're talking to Yas. Yeah, Yas. Yas haven't like I haven't been really keeping in touch with Yas, but it's really good that you showed up to my stream. Like maybe I should just like it's not even a maybe. Like I just should stream more. It's just that the reason why I don't stream often is because like there's no content for me to stream. So when there's content, there's something to show, then I'm all for it. If there's nothing to show, it's just me like talking and doing nothing and not finding games, then I don't think it's gonna be entertaining to watch. So I just want to show some good gameplay, new characters. Don't play Breakers. Yeah, Breakers hasn't been doing too hot. And if all we're gonna get is like 3 transfers, then I don't think the game will survive. Like I expect everyone to just uninstall it and quit the game if they don't like give us more content. Really enjoying Ghost of Tsushima right now, of course. Fighter Z, yeah, Fighter Z. That's never gonna go away, I guess. And Ghost of Tsushima, I wish that was available in my region. I can't actually find it in my store. Oh, if it crashes, I'm just gonna restart Breakers. Oh, okay, good. Sail the seas. Finally, some launch gameplay. Man, maybe I should have equipped vehicle speed boost as well. Well, let's see how launch goes. Shall find ghosts in your region. No, I don't think I can get ghosts. Okay, whatever. I don't get sprint, but I do get vehicle stuff, so we'll see how it goes. Even if I gift it to, I don't think you'll be able to gift it to me. It won't let you because it's not available. But I guess you can try. I wouldn't say no. Like, it's a game I've been wanting to try, so I'm not against it. What'd you say? I'ma simulate that? I guess. If it's a game that's not available in my region, I really doubt you can get it. I wanna know who this raider is. Have we seen him before? Yeah, I don't know these guys. Man, I think Carl told me that the audio is not playing. So, like, the Raider voice lines are not playing, so that's really bad. I need to fix it. It's not stopping me from gifting? Then I guess you can. I didn't know that. It was just a test. Yeah, I guess. Like, if I try to gift a game to someone and it's like different price for them, the Steam doesn't let me. Like, it gives me an error. So it actually just can't. Even like if you try to pay the same price as even if you try to pay the same price, you can't. Ooh, she gets a machine gun. Level 63 Raider. That's a bug. That's just a bug. Oh my god! So good! Okay, I need a vehicle. I need my dragon. Let's see. Look at that! I can grab items when I'm hopping off. That's great. Penheim. Yeah, that's an emote. I don't know who drew that, but I noticed that's an emote, so I just added it as a BTTV. So apparently there's another person who notices Pan. Yeah, okay, this is better than Sprint. Like, I will unironically run this instead of Sprint. This is really good. So now I can just go around the whole map and find the keys. If I also run vehicle speed boost, that's gonna be really good. It's in the cave with that guy. Yeah, I guess he can find it. There you go. I'm just gonna run around and find all the keys. I'm not gonna set any of them. Oh, I forgot I could pick stuff up. Can I set the key while I'm mounted? Can I? Oh, okay, I can. Well, might as well set it. I'll set it. Why not? He's having trouble evolving. If he comes here, I'm just gonna do Power Unleashed. Okay. Keep my vehicle. Ooh, perfect, perfect. Yeah, if baby stays like this, level 1, that's good. He actually can't do anything. I'm imagining he's just standing somewhere waiting to be saved. He's trying to like pass as a survivor. Okay. Boom. Oh man. He got someone. Please don't tell me they're gonna argue over the. Okay, they're not. Ah, my dragon! No. Okay, whatever. Yeah, this is so bad. Someone has a new skill. Man, imagine he destroys E. There's no way, right? There's no way he destroys E. I mean, might be a good play because we won't get the supplies. Let's hop off and see. Okay. If he goes after me, he lost. We're just gonna set the key if he goes after me here. Okay. I'll take the Vegeta gloves. So another guy who went down. No, I didn't want to hop off. Oh, it's something here. Yeah. He's actually destroying A. Oh, please don't tell me they're fighting over the Dragon Balls, please. We need the wish right now. We actually need the wish. He's going in with the Dragon Balls. Wanna give me a video about 3 minutes when you are waiting in lobby? I might send you in Discord. Yes, sure. Okay, good, we got it. Just gonna keep looting. Or am I? I'm gonna go in. Okay, he's not gonna contest the summon. That's interesting. I mean, we still don't get the supplies. That's probably why. Ow. Ah, there's an infected save right there. I don't want to save that. Or do I? No, I don't want to. I mean, if I go for it, it's gonna give him evolution. That's good. We get the supplies then. Oh man, this is so good. I like this skin so much. Going in guns blazing, man. You know what? Fuck it. Kill me. Kill me, baby. Okay, he's not. He's not gonna do anything. I just saved the Sith. I love it. Oh, what? Missing a person. Someone missing there. Oh, it's me. Oh, no, I'm there. We're missing someone for some reason. Yeah, for some reason, someone's invisible. Huh. The music stopped. Okay, let's see what you sent me. OBS. Let's get this on OBS, please. Capture. There we go. And then we get the audio as well. I hope the audio is gonna play.
Alright, I'm kind of bored of the Pokemon world. I'm gonna infiltrate the Dragon Ball Z universe and see how far I can go. I mean, technically I know how the entire story pans out, and I'm omnipotent, so what could go wrong?
Is the audio fucking up? No, it's playing. The audio is playing.
Alright, so this is episode 1, right? So Raditz must be going to Master Roshi's island. I've gotta go warn my dad. Dad, look, I know you don't know who I am, but trust me, I know everything about you. You're an alien from another planet called Planet Vegeta, which was actually exterminated by this tyrant dictator named Frieza. Anyways, your evil brother is gonna try to kill your friends at the Kame house, but don't bring Gohan because he's gonna kidnap him. Sorry, I'm not interested in your Windows repair. Okay, maybe I dumped too much information on him at once. Okay, Goku, a strong man wants to kill your friends at the Kame house. What? Yeah, but don't bring Gohan because he's gonna get kidnapped. Alright, better go too. Goku! Get out of my way, Krillin! Where's the strong opponent you guys are hiding from me? Long time no see, brother.
I think we're gonna have to interrupt this for a bit. Or we'll resume playing it later. But that's a pretty funny video. Yeah, I guess the music was a bit loud, so I turned it down a bit. Okay, now the hands are actually on the handlebars, not bugging. Okay, not affected. Man, imagine you start next to an infected civilian. That's a dense death sentence. Spam. I don't wanna go near him yet. Good, we have RD change. Let's try to set the key. Oh, let's open a box. Oh. Alright. Oh, there's no way he makes his way over here in time. But I still have Power Unleashed ready, so... It's so unique and great. Let's open a box to get the event rewards, because that's an event where you can get a pen outfit, which is something I want to do. Please don't be infected. It's gonna be infected. No, okay, good. Also, I need a vehicle in order to use my passive. Good. And the music stopped again. Keeps stopping. Am I blind? I don't see any vehicles. That's 2 people infected early on. Oh, he got that guy too.
もう遊びは終わりだ。
And for some reason you get a cutscene when that happens. It's over there now. It's gonna set the key because I don't want it to destroy this area. Oh, he's lagging. Stand out like a sore thumb, man. Okay, good. I'm coming, stop crying. Ooh, there's an infected civilian right there. Okay, don't go near that guy. You're gonna get, He's coming back. He's not coming back. There's no way. Don't go to the civilian. Okay, good. How do you know if they're infected? If they're in the middle of nowhere, it means that a baby already put his eggs inside them. So if you go save him, you get stunned by the civilian for like 10 seconds, and baby gets a ping. He gets alerted. So don't want it to happen. Good. What's this guy doing? I guess he wants to loot better. I don't know. It's time to hide. It's not gonna get a lock on. There's no way he gets one. He probably knows where it goes though. He's just standing over it. Okay, nice. Put that with that guy. I need a vehicle. There we go, vehicle. Nothing. Ooh, you can buy things while on the vehicle. That's good. Two servants, huh? Oh no, I'm here. Let's get Civ out, even if he's infected. I don't think it's gonna matter. He's infected. He's not. Okay, interesting. I mean, Baby has been around here, so I would assume I would have assumed that guy is infected, but he's not. Not gonna. So now would be a good time to save that infected civilian to force Baby to go to level 3. So yeah, someone pinged not to save him. See that save right there? Let's get rid of the servant over there. We're not gonna get supplies anyway, so just stalling. Okay. I don't know what. Yeah, why would you would IT to me? But I guess. Let's give my Dragon Balls to this guy. Come here, Bulma. Well, he's gonna get level 3. Yeah, good, good, good. Oh, he got a servant. That's not good.
進化したツフル人のパワーを
Guess one guy needs it. What the f- Oh. Okay. Alright. Oh, that's gonna be rough. 3 servants, so... I guess that's good. Okay, that guy's gone. Ow. Get me out. What? Alright, alright, game. Oh. Okay. He left me alone. Right. Oh no! Whatever. Thank you. This is gonna be a bit tough, but... Oh! Does he? Okay, we win, we win, we win. Okay then. Oh my god. Nice. Maybe the music is a bit too low, hold on. Where's my YouTube thing? No, no, no. Okay, it's back.
It's him, right? Yep, it's him. Kakarot! What the heck are you doing? You were supposed to destroy this planet! Whatever. Come with me and join us. Sneak attack! Oh yeah, I probably should have warned him that was gonna happen. I'll give you 2 hours to make your decision, or I'll destroy your planet for you! Alright, I'm bored. What? Let go of me! Alright guys, Goku's not gonna kill him, I already know that. So someone else just finish him off while he can't move. Kakarot, please! I'll leave this planet and never come back! So this is the powerful energy I've been feeling. Right on time, Piccolo. Finish him off. Sure thing. Just give me a few minutes to charge up my attack. No problem, we've got time.
Alright. It's
Special
gonna be lame.
beam cannon!
Wait a minute, it's Piccolo Jr.
No, guys, don't worry. He's not evil anymore. I'm not? Anyways, you guys should probably know that guy's friends are coming in like a year or two, avenge him. So get to training. And you're welcome for saving your life, Goku. That guy literally would have killed you.
Okay.
So good luck, guys. I'll time travel to like a year from now, because honestly I can't be arsed to sit through your boring training arc. Just remember these guys are called Saiyans, and they're the same species as Goku here.
Goku's an alien?
But unlike his evil brother Raditz, who we just defeated here by the way, holding their tails won't do anything. They've trained to resist that weakness. Anyways, good luck guys, bye! Saiyans, huh? So that's their weakness, their tails. Goku doesn't seem to have his tail though. The bald one's down, so the only other person who can fight is that old bald man. But I remember his Mafuba technique that almost sealed me in the past, which could be troublesome. The fact that 2 other threats are on their way in a year means I should probably not be so eager to kill Goku just yet. I may need him in the future. It's Krillin dead? Who cares about that right now? This guy's totally stole my fight! I came all the way here, and for what?
Well, he did say there's 2 even stronger opponents on their way.
Wait, you're right, Master Roshi. I've gotta train even harder! I should probably go tell Yamcha and the others. See you, Master Roshi and Bulma.
Oh yeah, Yamcha. He's gonna save the day.
Alright guys, Ash Ketchum is gone for the time being! Let's try to push his house back to facing south like the rest of us! Who's with me?
Okay, or we'll pause it for a bit. She looks so angry. I like Launch. I like the yellow-haired Launch. Don't have any voice lines you bought with DP, huh? Ah! No, please! Where's my vehicle? My vehicle got destroyed! Please get this guy out of here, Trunks. Okay, thanks. Well, that's one less Civ infected by baby. Let me have this, please. Thank you. Oh, he's almost level 2. Yeah, okay. Okay, man. He gets level 2 this early. We haven't found any keys. I don't wanna hop off. Interesting. No. Halo! How you doing, man? It's been a while. Oh, I can't rescue the Civ if I'm on a vehicle. How you doing, Halo? Oh, he's here. Oh, he was still level 1. Oh, I see now.
終わりだ
This baby's different color already. So he's played quite a bit of baby. Just got back from vacation. I hope your vacation went well, man. That guy's dead for good. At level 300 guy. Oh! That doesn't really help. Yeah, he's gonna come right back. No, no, no. My CAC right now is cursed. Goodbye. Bye. How is it? How is he cursed? Like, how have you played? How much have you played of the new season? Have to see him to believe. Oh, by the way, hello, are you NA? We could try to queue up together and see if we get any games. Maybe they patch out the region log. Maybe. Yeah, man, what's stopping Baby from just camping a body till he becomes a servant? Find a Senzu, maybe? Oh, okay. Ooh, nice. Should open more boxes to get Yeah, he's just gonna camp. It's gonna camp. Nothing we can do about it. This is Super Saiyan 3. Looks doesn't look like, I don't know. Doesn't look as cool as Goku's Super Saiyan 3, I wanna say. Oh, nice. Oh, he's destroying that area. Yeah, we just set the 3 keys then. And I wish they let you set the key on top of the dinosaur. That would be nice. Let's come in here. Probably. If he kills that guy, we get the ATM, so... yeah. Also, he doesn't have key sense, so... gonna have to either see or hear, people. But yeah, it's pretty rough. Baby, is looking pretty strong, and the survivors are... not... like, the survivors have been nerfed, And so many people don't know how Baby, like, they don't know how to play versus Baby, so... That guy right there is not Baby, he's a servant, so... What I could do is... show for a bit. Yeah, he saw. And then... let me IT, please. There we go. B is really good. Is a good spot to escape. So, if he looks for me in E, this guy is like Frieza, pretty much. Oh, I need that. There we go. You can just send servants, but like they're better than Zaban and Dodoria. They actually take more hits to kill, and they actually can fire supers. Ooh. Interesting. Other guy probably gets to escape. Should I help? Maybe? Could help. I'll just go for it. I don't want to sit hell all day. If he destroys it, I don't care. If I hear a heartbeat, I'm just gonna cancel. Okay, get over here. I don't know if that guy's gonna make it in time, so... it's probably gonna go to B, yeah. Yeah, well, we managed to escape, it's fine. It's not like it's a complete victory for Baby. Yeah, it's the same problem as Zaban and Dodoria. Was someone come to my rescue only to get caught by an infected human? The funny thing is that if you die to Baby level 1... oh, he's almost got out. He almost got out. If you die to Baby level 1, the civilian stays next to you. If he evolves from killing you, so like you can get the guy up, and then like you can get rescued, and then get caught by the civilian immediately, who's like right next to you. And yeah, that was a terrible game. I didn't do anything in it. I just found out as well you can damage him at level 1. Yeah, he's invincible. Am I dumb? What do you mean? I mean, we're still finding out how Baby is. Like, we didn't really, even though, like, his kit was out in the video, he's still, we're still finding out how he plays, how to play against him, and how to exploit his, strength, so... So I think we're gonna get a Raider game soon. And I'll get to show you how broken Baby is. But if you want, we could try to queue up together Halo if you're NA. Got lured by another survivors band. Let's fight thing. Oh, I don't think Baby can actually use pings for survivors, can he? But yeah, like you got the usual survivors, I guess, pinging, let's fight, and then not fighting. That's gonna happen with any raider, honestly. Let's keep watching.
Well, looks like Raditz is dead.
He's a complete disgrace. How could he let himself be beaten by men with such low fighting powers?
Maybe we should go teach those Earthlings a lesson.
A waste of time. We have a much more important goal in our hands.
The ping bit.
Make no mistake, Frieza. I may be working
Oh, I
under
see.
you right now, but I swear, as the Prince of all Saiyans, I will.
He gets a
Hold on,
Nokia
it's
too.
Kui. Hello?
Yeah, well, you didn't know about Baby
What do
being
you want,
invincible.
Kui?
Frieza's finally going to become immortal. We're heading to planet Namek on a super special mission a little more than a year from now.
And you're telling me this?
The video
Why?
is way
No
louder.
reason. I just wanted to rub it in your face because he chose me for that mission instead of you.
I turned it down a bit.
Damn it! Immortality, huh? Nappa!
What is it, Vegeta?
We're
I was just
heading
saying
to
you guys
Lord
didn't know,
Frieza.
so it's fine.
I have to find
He's just
a way to
learning.
Come along on that mission. Whatever we do, we must not allow Frieza to become immortal. Let's go, Nappa!
So they're not gonna attack Earth anymore. Interesting. Over? Oh, the video's over. Damn. Are there more, Zenka, are there more parts to that series that I could watch? Oh, we got a game. Never mind. I think it's gonna be a Raider game. The music volume fine right now? You can hear me, right? Thought I was in your lobby, but I was not. I really doubt. Like, I heard people saying they didn't fix the region lock yet, so I just wanted to test it for sure, but probably didn't get it fixed. Music is good. Oh, awesome. I kinda just turned off. Oh, that's a good team. I kinda just turned off the music in game just to have like my own music playing. I'm USA, so everyone hates us. I don't know, man. In USA, I think you get faster games than EU. So I guess you guys are fine. Also in Japan, the queues are much faster. There are so many Japanese people playing the game, more than EU and NA combined. I'm at 4 minutes right now. I've had, like at the start of the stream, I waited for a good 20 minutes before playing a single game. But at least my first game was a baby game, so... Oh, this guy is already second color. That's interesting. His level is bugged. That's like his survivor level. "20 minutes is crazy." I mean, in total, it was 20 minutes. Like, it kept crashing every time, failed to connect to room members. And I'm also counting the time it spent to actually get established connections. Most of the babies are second color because of a level 20 unlock. Oh, I see how it is. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that you can just go to the Raider tab and buy baby for 750 TP instead of I think it was 800. So if you want to get everything, you can get it for a bit, I don't know how much TP, I think 2200, around 2200 or 2300 TP. So it's a bit more expensive than the last season, I want to say. I need a vehicle. Probably blind, didn't see the vehicle. There we go. No, I don't wanna. Okay. If this civilian is infected, I might die here. Okay, I don't think she is. Since he's not here, might as well. Oh, here. But yeah, so far this passive is really fun. Being able to stay on a vehicle, pick up things is really good. You can't save civilians while being mounted, and you can't set keys, but you can interact with items. Like you can open boxes, pick up items, and you can open capsule cases as well. So that cube, I pick it up, and I destroy everything with my dragon. So I would prefer this to sprint, to be honest. Go. Because in case you didn't know, like vehicles go faster than sprint, just slightly faster. And you can actually jump higher with a vehicle even if you don't use speed boost. You can use a jump boost as well, so the vehicle build is much better than before.
もう遊びは終わりだ。
Someone get down? Oh yeah, someone got down. Over there. Yeah, I don't know, man. He's going away. Okay, good. That guy's gonna be crippled for the rest of the match. Except if we get supplies. Oh. Need to run. Mine. Oh, he's coming back. There's no way he knows. He doesn't know. I'm just gonna go inside the spaceship. Because I bet there's good loot here. Everything's taken. There we go. Yeah, you can actually buy stuff from the vending machines while being mounted. Boom. Oh. Actually need an item. It's not here. This civilian is probably infected. So let me get level 2 first. Baby, you good? What the baby doing? Come here. Okay, I'm actually out. Just gonna chase. I'm gonna IT away. If he comes here. Okay, he knows not to chase. Yeah, this is not ideal. I didn't get to see to set a single key or find any keys, so not getting a good score here. Someone trying to get him in the cave. Ah! Oh no, this is bad. This is actually bad. Oh, he doesn't care. If he were smart, he would have went for me, because like that stun is crazy. You can't do anything about it. Okay, he's coming here. And I have to AD, right? He does, yeah. Fuck it. Just gonna grapple. Find the key. Oh, I'm so slow, man. Maybe sprint is better. Oh, good, good, good. Of course. Ah. One less civ to worry about. Oh no. Hey Mooney! Oh man. Did you know you can insta-save civilian if you use Angry Shout? I didn't, no. I didn't. Oh, you mean I Angry Shout away from baby? Like the infected civilians? I didn't know that. Like I have Angry Shout on and I didn't know that. We'll try it. How you doing, Mooney? Hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, I know when that you gotta use Angry Shout. Yeah, I'll try. If that's the case, then Angry Shout is gonna be actually broken versus baby. Which I'm already using and I didn't try using. Like, it didn't occur to me that you would be able to. So I hope they don't kill him yet. Ugh, I'm running! Don't kill him! Man, we didn't even need the supplies. He's almost dead. Okay, boom. Oh! Come on! Come on, man. Still on vacation, I can't use 2 times XP bonus. I think, I mean, it's fun to play. It's fun to play as baby. So far, like the survivors have been heavily nerfed, and every single raider has been buffed, except maybe for Ginyu. And I mean, there is a double XP event, double Zenny. So still a lot of people won't come back to this game because there's still region lock, there's still like some problems, but we also didn't get a new map, which I'm saying for the millionth time, and that's like really important. But yeah, it's fun. Some of it's fun. The baby, really fun. Some of the survivor skins, fun to use. Transfers, I don't know. Like transfer, they should have given us more. Should have given us Super 17, Oob. I mean, we already have Pan, so we're not gonna get anything Pan related except for this outfit, I guess. We could get GT Vegeta, GT Goten. as transfers, which I think would be cool. But so far, I think it's only Super Saiyan 3 and both Super Saiyan 4, Goku and Vegeta. Those were confirmed, so... But yeah, I don't know. I don't think... I don't know if anyone in the chat maybe doesn't want to get spoiled. Just I've already seen them everywhere, so... I assume everyone knows. But yeah, so far only 3 transfers. Not looking good. Like, there's no way we'll only get 3 transfers for 4 months. Maybe they've learned not to leak everything at once from the first day of the season. So they're like looking to update after. But yeah, we might get a radio game now, which I hope won't be laggy for the survivors, because I'm not usually like playing Raider while I'm streaming, if playing Raider at all. And there we go, Raider game. That intro looks sick, man. And then you have Bulma there as well. Pretty sure the limited banner transfer weren't leaked either. Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's actually try to win. Well, it's not gonna matter. Rocky Field. It's always a fun map to play on. Either they're using the same strategy now or getting limited banners. Oh yeah, I heard the fridge is actually off the banners. You can't have the fridge anymore. But yeah, I think it's fun to play Raider right now. I'm really having fun playing Baby. I started in X. That's interesting. And we could have been in that level 3 Baby if more people had level 3 change. Yeah. Which Raider would you say the most strategic? I'm not really sure. I would say Vegeta is pretty good right now. Like, Vegeta actually got buffed to be as good as Baby is. Let's say Frieza? Maybe Frieza. I don't know. I think Baby's pretty good up there. I need to actually utilize my level 1. So, catching up to you, man. Gotta be careful. Oh, you're actually opening the box right next to me. That's like a rookie mistake. That's not what you want to do. Okay, that Jakku is disabled for the rest of the match. There's another guy here. Just gonna walk up to him, say hi. Hello, I'm a Civ. They added another episode? No way they did. I don't think they did. Like, they didn't have a new map, but if they added another episode, I would be actually amazed. But let's see. Maybe they did. Okay, this is mine. If I'm asking if anyone heard anything. Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't know. I doubt it. There's someone around here, but I'm just getting the civs for now. I guess they can revive. I don't care. I just wanna infect everyone. Someone here? Don't see anyone. Civ right there. I might need a Dragon Ball. Oh, someone is saving a Civ. Oh! Saved my Civ! You took my only Civ! No, I'm not gonna level up. Oh. Where is he? Oh, I'm not gonna chase. I'm gonna chase. No saves here. That's too far away, man. Might have to destroy this. I'm gonna go after that guy who got Civ. He got stunned by the Civ. Does this get anyone? It does. Alright. Let's see. Oh, there's a Civ here. Interesting. You use an AD to kill a survivor. Yeah, I think that's what I just did. Like, if you see a survivor get caught... Oh, that's bad. That misses. Where'd you go? Okay. I thought I lost him for a second. So far, 1 servant and 2 disabled. 2 disabled. What do you call them? Survivors. So right now they're gonna teleport to an area. So I could find that area and kill them again to make them my servants. Gonna teleport somewhere. Like over there. That's Jaco over here. If I kill him, that's gonna be real good. There's also a Civ. Oh, unlucky. You saved me now! Yeah, and unlucky. Unfortunate for you, but I'm playing the best raider in the game. So, do this. Ooh, that's sick. He actually gets the revenge death ball as his AD. Nice. Alright. Get a servant over there. That's pretty good. Now this is actually bad because they're gonna escape. Yeah, they're gonna escape somewhere in B. this. I found someone else. Yeah, I see him over there. I see you over there. They're gonna escape. There's no way they stay, alright? I'm winning too hard. Someone swimming? Oh, you IT'd to revive. Yeah, that's good. That's pretty good. I know where to find. Oh. Oh, that's bad. That's actually bad. Alright. They're gonna escape, yeah. Does it go through? It doesn't. Yeah. They escaped. They escaped. Oh, I see you over there. Going for that? Nope. He definitely has IT. He's trying to IT somewhere. That guy escaped. Ah. Who is this? I don't know you, man. Ah. I want to get greedy. Hell yeah. Man, imagine I destroy... He stays and I destroy the ETM. That's not gonna happen, right? Yeah, let's try to destroy the... I guess. Oh, he left. Yeah, this... this is not... Like, this is too easy, man. This is too easy. You can mess around so much and you still get the win. You can't hear the voices, right? I have a problem with the voices. I don't know why. They're not playing. I get level 10. Yes, okay. 5k Zenny, that's pretty good. Yeah, but they can't say that I camped that game. I let the revives go through. And still killed them again, so... I can't hear the voices. Yeah, so... I don't know. I couldn't fix it, like, so far. Maybe it has something to do with my OBS settings. I'm taking my meds. Yeah, you can't hear the voices if you're taking your ultra divine water. Nice. Yeah, you wanna power this skill up here because it gives you more evolution in all levels. Plan to turn the entire universe into Tuffle, I believe. So you get to evolve faster. Yeah, I queued up. Let's try Blue-haired launch. I'll keep Expert Driver and I guess I'll remove Immortal Champion. Why not? When reviving an ally, surprise them awake to revive them even faster than normal. So overall, this takes less time to revive. I also want to see if the hair color changes on your CAC. So do you actually become blonde as your CAC? But overall, this is a good skill, I believe. This lets you revive faster. It's a passive, and like it it's not limited. Like, you can revive as many times as you want. But it does, like, take time. It's not as instant as Let Me Heal You. Like, it takes, like, 5-6 seconds. I haven't tested, so we'll try this out. Super Saiyan 3, we'll keep that, I guess. Could try Warp Kami, but I feel like that would be trolling too much. I assume you transform into launch. I've seen, I think, one person use it, and his CAC, he kept his CAC, and his hair turned blonde, so I'm gonna try that eventually. I don't actually know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll try it out. We'll try play as launch first, and then we'll finally revert back to Pan. So we'll get to see some of the new skills. Well, I don't have the new Dragon Fist skill, which is like an active, like Jakku's ship. But except you can't drive it afterwards, you can just dash away really quick to the other end of the map. How does it work with Bulma? Yeah, we'll try. Maybe Bulma actually turns blonde. We'll see. Maybe the farmer turns blonde. I don't know. Would be fun to see. Don't affect to angry shout at infected civs. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try that. I'm definitely gonna try to insta-save civilians, but I feel like that would be too broken against Baby. Maybe it's not fair. Maybe it's a bit too unfair. We'll see. Lucy says, other survivor skins don't react to sneeze, it's only launch and your created character. Okay, I see. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. Change to whatever. Guess not. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just using a survivor skin for now, so doesn't matter what my outfit is. Oh, it's Ryu, Super Palace Man. I think I've seen that guy somewhere. Yeah, Ryu is not gonna go easy on us. If he's anywhere close, I don't know. He's gonna be like really good at Baby. Especially against that level 6 there. But yeah, so far, Baby's looking even stronger than Goku Black. I would rather play Baby. Come on, insult us. Okay, he actually knows not to insult the survivors. Do you have a wish list regarding new characters for new season? Next season? I don't know, man. Maybe if they wanna do more GT, save me. that running animation looks. Okay, good. Can I have that? Whatever. I don't know for next season if we're getting more GT stuff. We might get the Shadow Dragons and like Gogeta Super Saiyan 4, maybe. Oh. Ooh! I remembered! I remembered! Oh my god, that's so broken. You can just angry shout out of it? Yeah, okay. Good mechanic, game. Good mechanic. Good interaction. I'm never gonna take angry shout off ever. Thanks, Mooney. Also, 2 people died next to each other. That's crazy. It also works with After Image and Dragon Change. Oh, Dragon Change as well. Oh, okay. So it's not as it's not really that bad as of a stun. Seems to be intended. Yeah, if Dragon Change counter it, then I guess oh, he's right here. I guess it's intended. It's not gonna camp. Interesting. Oh! Look at that! Okay, it locks me in, but... Okay, it locks me in for longer than it should be, but... Still gets the revive pretty fast, I guess. And I am so helpless. Oh! I'm out. Also, this item recovery expert driver thing is gonna be really good with Bulma's bike. I didn't realize that. If it actually works with it. Including end lag, is this even faster? Well, the end lag is probably what kills it, because like the survivor gets up and can be down again before he actually gets to move again, so... Okay, good. Man, I never thought there would be a day where I would be happy that that a raider got level 3. Because now we actually get the supplies if he's winning, so... people have tested it works with Nimbus and Bulma's bike. Oh, really? Nice. 2 civs next to each other. Interesting. Nope. Oh! I don't have 2 angry shouts! Oh my god. But I could transform if I wanted. Oops. I'm out. Vehicle pickup skill works with Nimbus. I think that's what Lucy is trying to say. Does he know? Doesn't know. Okay, he doesn't know. Yeah, this guy plays like me. He actually lets the revive happen so he can actually play the game, not be a lame-o. So, and like, it's not even a bad thing if the survivors stay in the game, because they actually get disabled if they got infected. So it's actually good for Baby to down as many people as possible. That's insane. I mean, I guess you could you could have a full vehicle speed vehicle build, but vehicles still can get destroyed like very easily. Yeah, we're not winning versus Baby, but I can save that guy. Also, you have to hold the button. Oh. Well, now I look stupid. Yeah, you can have the cubes, I don't care. Yep, I know it. I'm not gonna use Angry Shout, it's gonna let me out now. Yeah, we already has 2 servants. We're not gonna win this. Oh, it's coming for me! Goodbye, baby, you can't get me here. You actually can't get me here. Goodbye. I never thought of it. You can just go inside this giant ice cave. And like, even if he stomps, he can't kill you. If you have barrier. He could get back here. Ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. Oh, actually got down. I'll get you. Wake the fuck up, bitch! No offense. He has 5 servants. Yeah, that's gonna be fun to fight. Let's get infected here. Oh, okay, he's fine. She's fine. Yeah, the sneeze skill is not bad. Ow. Ooh! Shit, I didn't notice he got down again. Whoops. Yeah, I thought like he was. I mean, I'm not going in there. I don't have D-change, I'm sorry. Oh, what? I guess he bugged out. Oh, we'll get to see this animation. Okay. Oh, and it actually changes. Oh my god, you actually... No, it's not a well-earned victory, it's just... I guess he either got disconnected or... Yeah, I don't think he would just ult F4 to give us the win. Jack Alex, no, I don't think he would. He just got unlucky, got booted out, but... I guess we win. Well earned. He had 5 or 6 servants, man. There's no way we're winning that. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy playing as baby. He gets like... He can potentially get up to 6 scouts. Scouts that are strictly better than Zabon and Dodoria, and even Zamasu. Oh, the Tippy Tap! Look! It's a little Tippy Tap Kohaku! Hello! How you doing, man? Yeah, we're just testing out the new sub. So we actually have the new passives on. And we're testing out Baby as well. So I'm gonna try to get enough levels as Baby, so Tippy Tap. Yeah, now you have you also have a Tippy Tap. That's pretty good. I like your emotes, man. Also, I've been having trouble earlier finding games, but right now I can't really complain. It's been finding it's been like consistently finding games. So maybe it's very broken as Ford. Oh, are you actually it's a bot trying, like, are you actually getting held? Your message is being held by the bot? Yeah, it's really broken. I haven't censored. Yeah, I'm gonna try to tune that down, because people have been having trouble typing messages in my chat. So I put it at the minimum setting, so it wouldn't actually interfere with people, but I guess it's not. It's actually censoring everything. I mean, this is not really a PG stream. Like, sometimes I will say swear words. I try not to, but it just happens. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Kohaku. It's really fun to actually see you here, instead of me like doing the TP tap and you're like, oh look, it's a fan TP tap. Like, it's the roles are reversed. New Dragon Tier sucks. Yeah, I agree. And then we have that guy. Oh, look at that. Look at this bastard. He's playing Ginyu, man. How do you not have Baby? Man, why are you playing Ginyu? Are you... Man, it is so lame, man. I don't wanna play versus Ginyu. I only want Baby, man. Got a game, BRB? Yeah, good luck with the game, man. How are you gonna play Ginyu in this economy? Like, at least the first day, we only get Baby. He costs 750 TP. Yeah, I guess, like, some people can't afford it. But I don't know, man. This is the first non-baby raider I see today, so I just assumed everyone has been saving up TP to get the new raider. But I guess that guy is like, let's queue up raider. Let's pick a Ginyu. Or maybe he had Ginyu as his preset and couldn't pick Baby in time. He just pressed the button and is like, oh, damn. I wonder if you could actually DC in the first second of the game, and then you actually become a servant. Like, you can actually grief your teammates if you ult F4. But yeah, not everyone's gonna be able to buy, obviously, the new raider. So, no offense to the people who can't. The vehicle will build, so there's a vehicle there, but it's too far. I could try a full vehicle build next, just to showcase how powerful the vehicles are. But yeah, now they nerfed everyone, so they nerfed the survivors and buffed all the raiders, except maybe for Ginyu. Find one more key and I get a diamond. Boom. And we actually get some vehicle action. Maybe I should get Frieza's spot because it actually doesn't make any noise. I'll take it. People are actually trying to kill him. Nice. This raider isn't doing too hot. No. Never. Oh. Hit me this. Sorry, dragon. I can't believe the dragon died. I mean the dinosaur. See? No, I'm not gonna chance it. I just wanna set keys, man. I mean, I'm not gonna go for the Dragon Balls yet. I mean, if this guy wants the Dragon Balls, sure, here. Come get him. I want him. Dragon Balls. Okay then. You have 5 so far, so... There you go. Now you can see them. Oh, he just left them there? Really? Doesn't want them, I guess. I'll just go pick them up. It doesn't... I don't know, that's not really smooth, the picking up animation. But I don't see how they could have done it, so... It's just... mine. He just swoops it in. I think I had a silver here. Oh, that guy. It's goated. Doesn't even have Dragon Balls, so I should just go elsewhere. I'll just go elsewhere. See, maybe this guy wants them because, like, he's hogging that ball. Can I work on it while being? Oh, I can't. See if he actually drops it. No. Stupid dragon! It's fine. Oh. Ooh, that didn't miss. Okay. Again. Oh. Okay, it actually did. Oh, he's still alive. Oh. Alright, alright. I was hoping he wouldn't actually die there, but it's fine. Yeah, he picked it up, obviously. Let's get this guy up. Let's see. Doesn't hear this? Oh, I guess he's trying to get the STM. I don't know. I don't know if I should be going in with the Dragon Balls, man. He does have Dragon Balls. Hold on. Let's give me that. Give me the Dragon Balls. Give me Dragon Balls. Oh my god. It's not dropping them. Can I have cooldown? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know, with these ball huggers, man. If we didn't have ball huggers, maybe this would have been winnable. But I don't know, man. I'm just waiting for the ETM and hogging the balls. Scary. Thank you. By some miracle I found it around here. I only have a level 1 radar. I don't know where the last one is. IT to that guy. Yeah, I don't know where this could be, man. I don't know. We just didn't find it. Yeah, we didn't find the Dragon Balls. I don't know. Let's try to get the wish, I guess. But this might... We actually might just kill him if we get the level 4. Well, he did try and escape. Whatever. Unlucky with the Dragon Balls. Oh my god. I might just escape, man. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just escaping. I want that gold medal, I guess. He's really making sure to kill that one guy. Maybe he has IT. I'll just wait in the cave and see. Oh, well, too bad. Yeah, I don't know, man. If we had that last Dragon Ball, maybe someone else had the radar. But unlucky. We didn't even do that bad. It was just... No, unlucky. Been going for a while. Maybe I'll try to farm the event until we actually get all the rewards, but I don't know. I don't know how to make it more entertaining. Could watch some videos, or I could play Legends, I guess. I'll just well, it's just that if I do something while in queue and we find games too fast, that's like the off chance. Let's try CSC. Let's try Sneeze with a CAC and see what happens. Why not? I love this one. Classic one. And this one. I guess I could have this. I never tried this. Oh, I pressed the start button just as we found a game, so I hope it doesn't bug. Yeah, if you have a baby, I think now is a good time to try him out, because like he's actually cheated. Hey Pan, on the next revive with Launchpad, I tried to angry shout out of the end lag. Oh yeah, I could try that. And then Lucio also said, I don't think people expected baby to cost 750. They said it's Damasu because he's a go-up raider. People thought baby was gonna cost. Oh, okay. Yeah, for some reason they just jacked up the price for no reason. Even though like they're giving us less content, and they still like jack up the price. I hope this doesn't go worse than Season 5, man. Season 5 gave us crossplay, yeah, gave us Goku Black. But honestly, with the region lock, it's been terrible. It's just terrible with the not finding games. So like eventually if the baby hype dies out and they like nerf him or something, I could see this game, like this season, being worse than the previous. So I'm just gonna try to get as many baby games as I can. Let's see. Squirt. Yeah, I got pinged in Discord. I don't actually get notification. I can speak notifications in Discord, so I have to manually check if someone pinged me. Oh, he's right here actually. Yeah, that guy is clueless. He's gonna get absorbed. Like, baby, I just heard him. He's right here. Maybe he's trying to pose as a civilian. Oh, is that him? I think that's him. He's just jumping around on the jump pad. Let's see. He infected a Civ here, I believe. Okay, that guy's infected. I don't know if I should be going for Civs this close to him, but we'll try. Oh, okay, good. Let's actually utilize our vehicle build. Okay, so there's one Civ here who's infected. Like, this guy, I heard him get infected. And he can actually teleport to him, though. It's not good. Ooh! He's a... Oh, you bastard! There's no heart to me! I lost my power unleashed! Oh. I thought that was another survivor running around, man. Yeah, it's over. It's 2 Civs here. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Man, baby at level 1 is really scary, man. Really scary. There's nothing stopping him for just body camping, I guess. Just didn't notice. I was on my stupid vehicle. Maybe I should have gotten off the vehicle. But I don't think that would have helped, actually, so... You can just infect anyone. Thank you. I still have my IT, so I'm fine, I think. Just can't transform. Oh, nice try. Oh, let's see this. Oh, whatever. Oh, I should have gone in the cube. Oh, whatever. Man, I think into his infected civilians. I love it. It's just a jump scare civilian, man. I keep getting jump scared by these civs. Key progress, I guess. There we go. Should get that cooldown ring if I can. Yeah, no power unleashed. It's gonna be a bit rough, but not as rough as losing grapple or IT. Drink this. Should be fine now. Get a cube as well. Yeah, we're gonna try to give Calabaz our Dragon Ball here. Let's go. Right there. Oh, hi. Yeah, here. He might have a radar. He's like hovering around there. He knows there's someone there. Oh, never mind. I'm wrong. What is this guy doing? Okay, good job. I'll try my revive skill here. Revive the real Goku here. Whatever. Should get a vehicle. This is so slow. But my vehicle was the reason we Okay, he's not infected. Good. Get a summon here, we have a good chance. But I also want to get cured. It's a good thing he can't sense key. I would have imagined they would have given him key sense, but I guess not. He never sensed the key. In GT, they all forgot they could sense key, I remember.
見せてやるぞ
Oh, that's me.
進化したツフル人のパワーを
Okay, I'm gonna teleport somewhere. They only remembered they could sense key in the Super 17 arc. And whose key they sensed? 17. The guy who doesn't have key because it is an android. So, that's just how inconsistent GT is. Bam. See over here. So actually saving the civs this could be bad because it gives him grade 8 faster. Where is this? Yeah, they're gonna set it. I was too late. Let's say grapple there. I feel like that would be a waste. Yeah. I'm not using jump pad, so like I'm much slower than regular survivors. Ow. Okay. If he actually gets me here, it's bad. Fly up. Up, 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 and away. It's really good. I'll get the summon and the key. So... And we also get the supplies, so... Really good. Let's try this. And get cubes. Perfect. Let's try out the Ultra Divine Water. I want to see how it works. Whatever, I'll go in. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage. I missed! Oh, I don't have Power Unleash. This is bad. Bad, 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 bad. Okay, I got out. We need the supplies, Trunks! Okay. Oh, they fixed the bug with with the supplies and super transfer with the refresh rate. So that's gonna be good. Actually open the supplies without cheating. Oh, it's down here. Give me Ultra Divine. Thank you. Not infected any. Oh, it's on cooldown. Oh my god. Whatever. Okay, good. And another one, I think. Yep. I actually can't Venice spam anymore. Yeah, this is bad! Oh my god. I removed the Morlock champion, so I'm gonna die much faster. Should have grappled away before my D-change ended, but I think we're killing him. Why am I stumbling so much? What's happening here? Dropping down, please help me. Please? Someone? Ooh, thank you, thank you. You have the sneeze skill? Nope. One Ki Blast. Oh! Oh. If I had my power unleashed, man. Please don't shoot here. Oh, thanks. Gullet gun, gloves, anything? Is he just gonna get away with it? Whoops. I actually can't do this! Oh, you... if I waited for Power Unleashed... I don't think that would have been enough. Oh, again. Okay, thank you. We need actually some... Oh, he can transform. This is good. If he comes over here, just one Ki Blast. Anything. Yeah, get him, get him. No, transform! You can transform. You can transform. You can get him. You can get him, man. Transform! Just transform! Look at his health. Look at his health. Oh my god. Oh! Wait, I have Power Unleashed. No. Wait, I need to find him. It's probably hiding somewhere. Where is he? It's probably up there in Guru's house, maybe? He's hiding somewhere. Oh, okay, bad. That's bad. Whatever, let's just leave, I guess. He just hid somewhere. Yeah, just leave. Okay, he's up there, I guess. Yeah, I didn't see him anywhere. He just went out to the top of the map and hid there. Sad. Well, I still get my rewards, so it's not like I missed out. Let's just have another baby game, and I'm gonna see if Maybe I get something to eat. Maybe I'll wrap it up. There we go. Pants. You know what? I'm gonna try them on. Already have the shoes. I forgot I had the shoes. Alright. This is... Maybe I could have like the outfit without the like the shirt is still red, and see if it's better. Maybe it's better that way. Or like another shirt entirely. But I wish they made the shirt, they made it black or something, or blue. I don't like this color like that much. Or like they could have added different colors of the shirt in the shop. Maybe. If they do that, then I might just buy them. Even for... If they add a good one, maybe I'll get it for TP. But yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see if they add more colors. I figured since it's GT and like they have a ban event, maybe they'll add like a different colored outfit for her. But we'll see. But yeah, I didn't get to use my sneeze skill as my CSC, so... Didn't see yellow-haired Pan. Yeah, I don't know, man. They... By some miracle, they just fix region lock. That's how much we're coping right now. We're just coping. But yeah, I'll try Angry Shout with Launch's passive. Maybe that actually does it. I probably already tried it and didn't pay attention. Yeah, we'll see. I can raid someone later. And I wish you could actually hop out of the civilians and be like his baby form. Or you actually If you beat him as Great Ape, you actually get to see Baby leave Vegeta's body. Would be fun. So called servants, and then it increases health when transformed into Great Ape. So it's not like if he gets level 4, he just gets double the health for some reason. Like they just have a reskin of Vegeta, Great Ape Vegeta, but even better. Like he gets more health. He gets to call his servant. I don't know if can Vegeta actually call. Yeah, he can't call Nappa when he's Great Ape. And then there's other raiders who are got buffed. Some of them. I think Spopovich is much better now. Oh, you can actually rotate him around in this game. He has a hitbox on his entire body. Vegeta has the tail. Oh, wait. Oh! On his entire body. Yeah, it's like he doesn't get the same skill as Vegeta. Like Vegeta here, look at his skills. Nullifies all damage except to tail. And then if you go to Great Ape Baby, he doesn't have it, so maybe it's kinda balanced. Because they actually didn't have Yajirobe, he got the tail. I mean, still when they beat Baby, they actually like blew up the tail. Goku blew it up. But I can see why they made Great Ape. Like it's actually balanced if you think about it. You don't cut the tail, you just attack him head on. But he does get more health because like he's huge. He's a Great Ape, so man, I hope we get Super Saiyan 4 in the like next weeks. Like the next banner, we get Super Saiyan 4. But yeah, I'm saving a temple for the end of the stream. And then like I'll just call it. Man, he looks sick. Actually looks like the anime. Yeah, it looks better than the Xenoverse version, I wanna say. Like we don't have this baby, this first form baby in Xenoverse. The last time we've had this is in Budokai Tenkaichi 3, I believe. This baby. And then I guess we had him in Legends, but that doesn't really count. I don't really count that. So. And partly maybe in Fighter Z. Like it's his intro. He turns into this. But yeah. You don't really get to play as this guy often. And then he's a civilian as well. Please be a Raider game. Oh no! Please don't be a Raider game. This is just gonna cancel itself, I guess. Redman? Redman! I forgot to change it. How is your stream, Redman? Yeah, I've been winning. It's been winning. How is your stream? You were playing Breakers, I saw, for for charity. But yeah, I haven't streamed in a while, so basically I'm Pan. I just play Breakers and my character is Pan. And that's pretty much it. I just when Breakers is alive, I stream Breakers, and if it's not, then I just don't have anything else to stream. But welcome in Raiders, and I hope your stream went well, Dreadman. I'll if you didn't know Dreadman, I'll just give him a shout out. There you go. Let's see what you said. Stream was good. I reached 31 with baby. Ooh, really? You bought? Did you get the level 20 boost? Oh, I see. You got it. And unlock the purple color. It looks sick. Yeah, I can't wait to see baby's colors. Like, I've been playing baby. He's like really strong. He's broken for me. So it's like, even if I'm trying to mess around and not like really try to pressure the survivors, it's still like he's just winning by default a lot of fights. I mean, I guess you can just stall him out with the STM and all, but in my hands so far baby has been like really strong, and I can see them actually nerfing him, so it's actually pretty fun to play him. And we got the error again. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Dreadman. I've been thinking of playing another baby game and then doing a temple and raiding someone. But you've been going for like 8 hours, I believe. So that's pretty impressive. I've had 2 wins against baby so far, and both times he was level 2. Yeah, you can still get the upper hand against him as level 2. I think I killed him as well with my team as level 2, but he was like really having trouble evolving and finding survivors. So you can still kill him, but in good hands I can see baby just completely dominating the meta right now, even with all I mean, survivors have been getting nerfs, so even with everything survivors get, still, you can actually overpower them. Even with Jaco's ship, IT, like, baby doesn't really care about IT because he's like all over the map. Like, if you infect every civilian on the map, you are like ridiculously strong, and like you're basically guaranteed to down a survivor and make them your servant, or even down them to get evolution and like disable their skill. So I'm thinking he's really powerful right now. Like, if you get multiple servants, by the time you level 3 and 4, it's gonna be really strong. You're just gonna be snowballing a lot. He's just a snowball type raider. So level 5 to T, I must watch all his evolution levels. That's really interesting to think about, but my explanation for it is that you actually get teleported when you're infected by him. When he's evolving from level 2 to 3, the survivor who's been infected actually power him up and then gets teleported back to a certain area of the map. So instead of yeah, it's been doing this for the entire day. Instead of just making special animation for the survivors, they just rolled with like global animation, I guess. But yeah, it's kind of weird. When he gets level 2, they could have made it so he actually does the same thing as Nappa, I guess. Since Nappa just drops in. He's an odd raider for sure. He can spawn like anywhere on the map. He can just choose a Civ spawn and just like spawn there. like the game chooses a random civ on the map and infects it. And then if your 3 infected civs are on the map and you get lucky enough to have a survivor next to them, like it's game over for them. The strong thing about Baby is that he can just walk around as a civilian early on and go like completely undetected. Like, as a civilian walks up to you, you hear no heartbeat, and he's even stronger than Cyberman. He's like, he gets up to you and infects you, and he still like stays at level 1, infects even more survivors. Like, if you're stuck in an animation, opening a box or transforming, and like you're posing and stuff, he just gets up to you and infects you. He downs you, disables your skills. So there's no heartbeat. There's no heartbeat at level 100. It's like really broken. You can't tell where he is. He's just everywhere at once. Like, you go to a civ, it's like you're paranoid. Is this civ infected? Am I gonna get stunned? I mean, Mooney told me something interesting earlier. It's like if you save a civ that's been infected, you can actually cancel it out with the stun. You can cancel out the stun with Angry Shout or After Image or even D-Chain. So you're not completely helpless when an infected civilian stuns you, but still, it's like really good for Baby if he finds you early on. Or he gets alerted, I guess. So far, the only the most fun part for me has been Baby, playing Baby. I don't know what's happening with this game, man. I might just I don't know, man. It happened to me at least 10, 12 times. So I might just I don't know. I'll just do a temple and see what happens. If I get something, if I get Dragon Fist, then I'll go for more, I guess. Let's see. I doubt I'll get it. I've summoned like 4 times already. Nope. Managed to get Dragon Fist on my 3rd summon. Oh, nice. I got really lucky. Like, the only thing I'm summoning for is Dragon Fist here. Yeah. Nothing. Yeah. Like, you're only summoning for Dragon Fist, so it's kind of a waste to summon on this banner. But yeah, I might have to restart my game to like fix this problem, but I don't know. Like, it's been crashing all day for me, like crashing the room. I'll try one more time. Fuck it. But if we don't find, if it does it one more time, it's just raid someone. To be honest, it's just impossible to get a game in. It's kind of mid. I think Jacko's ship is still better. I've noticed that the game stability is even worse with this update. Yeah, they just keep adding layers of spaghetti code, I guess. It's not really good looking for Season 6. I hope it's not worse than Season 5, like, I don't know. So far, I've been having games fast, but once the hype dies out, I can see this like being even worse than before, so I'm not really hyped for that. But I'm gonna try to get as many baby games as I can today and see, like, since they're double Zenny, double XP, so that's gonna be really fun to level Baby up since the survivors are not used to him. We'll see. Feels like the hype is already dying out. It hasn't been 12 hours since the Baby release. I guess, yeah. Well, for some people, yeah. Some other people, like, I think I've seen Squid reinstall the game and play it. And, like, some people are actually interested to try it out again. But if there's not much content more than this, I can see the hype dying pretty fast. Kohaku going to make a quick video, so BRB. Alright. Yeah, I think we've had some pretty good footage on this stream. Like, legit. We've showcased every survivor skin, every skill, and the raider. Oh man, it's not a raider game. Damn. So I'm actually pretty satisfied showing the new stuff. But I also wanted to try a vehicle build. Full vehicle, jump, and speed boost. And then even the barrier nullification skill, I guess, since it's span. This guy is playing Cell, so not really interesting. Let's move on. I don't know, man. Why would you play Cell? Just get the Raider. Just buy it, man. Are you poor? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. This is the one thing they don't miss. Is the Raider intro. Oh, the Raider intro is really good, man. I like that. You even get Bulma on there. Like, that's how you know it's a good intro. Like, imagine we get that Bulma as a survivor skin. That's gonna be nice. Also, I really like the launch skins. Both of them. I'm not sure. Bola has been pretty meh. I mean, it's Bola, but still, it's like... If they've at least given her a new skill, maybe I would like her more. But it's just a reskin of Bulma. Formerly trying to tail herself with a new buff, second form with a Ki Blast. Oh yeah, they did buff a lot of raiders. They buffed Spopo, Vegeta, like Nappa's mouth beam, and Vegeta's Garlic Gun, and also level 2 Boo. Like a lot of raiders. I don't think they buffed Ginyu though. I don't remember. Like, I've read the patch notes, and they barely buffed anything about Ginyu. Oh, Dragon Ball. I like playing as Baby Raider. Hello, Red Sengor. I think I read that right. Yeah, I like playing as him too. He's pretty fun. So far, he's really fun. Maybe a bit too strong against random people, like low levels. But I'm confident that the survivors will try to adapt versus him. Like, with the new skills we're getting this season, I think Baby is gonna be a bit power crept. Not like too fast, but eventually people are gonna find out how to play against him. Just discovering them. I think that ST against Goku Black actually feels like a fair fight. A fair fight for the survivors? Or for Goku Black? Well, for the Raider, yeah. They absolutely destroyed vanish spamming. Like, you can only vanish once or twice before you actually start just not vanishing anymore. Yeah, people are just feeding. Let's see. Oh, he's what? Oh, he absorbed him. Yeah, I see. That's why I used to train by an angel even before the update I was running it. Yeah, I guess with... What the fuck? I guess with the rating train by the angel, you get faster. You can just fly out of the Ki Blast. I think. I don't have that skill though. Do have unconscious control, but it's actually garbage now. I think unconscious control might as well not be a skill now. It's just gutted it. Unless maybe they changed it, so if you have unconscious control, you still keep the same like the same power as previous unconscious control without the nerfs. So that would be pretty strong still. Oh, that's launch, okay. Yeah, I have a vehicle speed on, not speed. What you call it? Hello. Oh, hi. There you go. This guy. I feel like that guy knows what he's doing, so might as well give him the Dragon Balls. Ooh, another one. But this cell was really fed. What? Another one? Where? What? Is the alert even playing? I can hear the alert, but I don't see who raided. Oh, Kenoxy. Hello. Hello, Kenoxy. Thank you for the raid. How did your stream go, man? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I was thinking of stopping soon, but I'm still gonna keep on playing till I get another baby game on. But I've been having trouble actually loading into the games, so because of all the bugs. But I hope your stream went well. Welcome, Raiders. I play Dragon Ball The Breakers. I am Pan. I'm a Pan PNG tuber, I guess, and that's not much to it. I just stream the game. I like Breakers a lot. I stream it, so I hope you guys enjoy watching the stream. He's right there. Might as well. There you go. Yeah, I have a bug with the voices right now. Trunks' voice and the survivors are not playing, but later on the other raiders, the buffs are good. Yeah, I've seen they buffed like pretty much every raider, so Frieza's buffs are kind of mid. The HP pool really helps. I think only thing they buffed about Frieza that's worthy of note is what? It's what you call it? His beam attack. Yeah, it's actually as good as Goku Black's beam attack, so he actually gave a bigger hitbox to all the raiders. So that's gonna be fun. But I'm so glad that they actually made Raider powerful again. Even though like there are still some Raiders who will be bad. Full power energy is no longer a joke. Yeah, that one. I mean that one. I don't have TPD, but does this guy have it? Nope. The melee damage buzz is nice, provided you do not constantly clash. Yeah. I want to get that guy, but he's like right. He's really far away. Sorry. Oh, I think I messed it up. I messed up his melee. Whatever. Man, we're comboing the shit out of this Raider, man. This is so good. Look at his health. But he's out of health. So the level 4 is gone. Almost. But yeah, there's some raiders still will be like bad raiders anyway, even with the buffs. Like players, raider players. Imagine an extra guy or two doing supers. Are they just waiting for ETM or what? Like, we need more people on him right now. Sorry, can't play without the music on. I'm gonna go break for lunch. I'll be lurking. Thank you, Knoxy, once again for the raid, and thanks for the lurk. Appreciate it. I'll probably end up streaming more. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, really? He does that? Whatever. Whatever. Oh, man. Oh, that's a bad grapple. Get that guy. Man, if only I had the Vegito and Gogeta skills. What you call it? I've come for you. And then also Memories of Battle. That would have been so nice right now. But for some reason my supers didn't hit. He saw me. No! No! Let me go! Let me go! Oh. Ah. Whatever. Damn it! And that guy is just gonna do that, I guess. This was really winnable. We just needed to go in all at once when the level 4 went in, but I guess the others were not really were really intimidated by the level 4, I guess. Now this guy, I mean, I don't know. I feel like we would have won if we played better. Let's go. Like, should I even go all in on this banner? Like, the only skill that I can get from the guaranteed pool is the Dragon Fist. And then, I don't know, like, I think they took off Fridge. So, I don't know if it's worth it to go all in on this banner for me. Like, I have all the skills already. I can't even see skills. Add a new episode. I can't see that too. Let's look at the shop. See what they added. I mean, if they add a Super 17 transfer, that would be nice. Even if it's not a raider, it's just a transfer. We have this. It's called Gogeta Set GT. So I think we're gonna actually get a Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta going by this, because this emote is actually just his attack. So I do hope we get him this season, though. Not like some emotes we've gotten but haven't gotten the Raider for yet. For example, Cooler and Turles. So you never know. Ah man, can I get a Raider game, please? I was gonna try to snipe. Welcome back, Spicy. Yeah, it's pretty hard to snipe, even if you're the same region. It's not gonna be easy. Big Bang Kamehameha times 100 was already in the shop last season. Yeah, they added it like in the second half of. Yeah, this is. They added it in the last half of the second half of season 5. But if they add it to an actual shop set, that means we're probably getting the transfer, but I'm not sure. Even in the leaks, like the leaks didn't show anything, so maybe like they learned not to put everything. It's no game in the first 10 minutes. I'll just switch to another game. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, there's only so much breakers you can play during a day. But since I'm getting progress on my event, might as well. I only got one today so far. Only one game. Yeah, that's rough, man. I don't know. Like the region lock, I think it's still active, which is really bad for this game. And you lick the ban again. I don't have a Mortal Champion, so I'm really vulnerable right now to Broly spawn kill. It's over there. Oh, you got one? Oh, I hope it goes well for you then. If you load in, not even 2 minutes in. Yeah, for me it was really bad at the start of the stream, then it kicked up. So, where's the Civ, man? Oh, he actually saw me. Oh. I can IT away, but oh yeah, I'll just IT away then. Let that guy fight. I got Double D. Double D is still playing. Double D is still streaming. Let's see the skill. Oh! Oh, I fucked up! That's so embarrassing, man. Hello, Robin. Hello, Icy Rage. How you guys doing? He was the... Oh, okay, that's him. Yeah, okay, that guy, that name, like, it's because of a redeem someone made of on a stream, so I see. Waiting for Final Fantasy XIV maintenance, so you already downloaded Breakers? I guess. I mean, it's a new season, so if you're willing to like spend money on Baby, might be fun for you. Or spend money on the survivor skins. But if you're just playing it with nothing on it, I don't know if it's gonna be fun. To be honest, it's nothing new. Even the Dragon tier doesn't have like a survivor skin. It's just all TP everything. So it's just pay to play, I guess. Pay to at this point, like you just have to pay to keep enjoying the game. A new season with no season 5 skill. Yeah, they removed all the skills from season 5. So I'm like, I should have summoned on that banner before it was gone. But I did go all in on it, so I got shafted, so the gacha is really bad. I don't see myself pulling anything good anytime soon. It's kinda just over there, so. Oh, he's not camping. Okay, I might go in there to try out my Sneeze Angry Shout combo. I wouldn't be surprised if a new thing will be all new skills that aren't on the current banner. Yeah, they're gonna try to like remove things every time. It's not destroying them. And then this guy too. Okay, I can't sneeze out of the animation. Yeah, I can't angry shout out of it, but I'll try to get the super transfer. And next banner won't have Super Saiyan 3. I see, yeah, I see what you mean. Thanks for trying, Pan. Trying what? I mean, thanks for trying. Oh yeah, thanks for trying the combo. No, it's. I wanted to know it too, for myself as well, but no problem, I guess. Okay, good. Doesn't even hit him. I tried to grapple my... Oh, whatever. I just got fucked instantly. My camera, man! What's happening with my camera? Whatever. I juked him anyway. That was interesting to look at. You saw nothing. Can we find the key, please? Yeah, I don't know, man. We just, which passive do you have? I don't have unconscious control. I have, vehicle, items, and, barrier recovery, auto recovery. I don't have Immortal Champion on, so... Ow! Oh my god, he's gonna kill me. Yeah, I don't know, man. Oh. Okay, good. Maybe this is better. Maybe that OG Survivor guy will grab Super Transfer. And yeah, he's destroying D, and then I guess he'll try to destroy E. Is he gonna do it? I mean, the logical thing would be him destroying E as well, so we wouldn't escape. someone's setting it, so just let OG Survivor take it. I think he's our best bet right now. The Broly though. Okay, now he's actually aiding. He's really confident. Oh, is he grabbing it into the AD? I think he is. Oh, okay, never mind. Let's fight. Yeah, let's fight. Give me the supplies. One, two. Okay, you can have the rest then. Oh, he's yeah, he's losing it. Yeah, he's losing it really fast. Oh. Oh, you're kidding me. I was on the edge, man. Whatever. Oh, that guy also got hit. Yeah, it's over. I'm playing Broly, man. I wanna... Whatever. This is so goofy, man. Gogeta working on the SCM. SOS, Barrier to Recovery, VIP Special, and Mid-Air Jump. I do have Mid-Air Jump too. I have Barrier. I have the Vehicle Item passive. And then Sneeze, which lets me revive survivors much faster. Whatever. Yeah, this guy won hard, it's not even funny. Karma. Yeah, next banner, they'll probably take out Dragon Fist as well. Gonna try that. Like, they're getting really greedy for no reason. Like, if you're getting greedy, at least give us a new map, something to work with. Like they asking for more money with less content. That's like the crazy part. So not only the hype will die very fast, but they'll be wondering why the director got changed, and they'll be like, oh, we just gotta... What? Like, they're gonna try to change the director again. I don't know. It's just they failed at this point. They just... Maybe, like, they did a good job on Baby as a raider. Maybe the raider buffs are good. But, with the changes you're going with, like the region lock, and the gacha being so horrible, I don't know, like they're not addressing the right issues. Like, who asked for leaderboards? Like, we don't need leaderboards. It's only gonna make the game worse, if you ask me. Isn't Shenron skin launch? Shenron? No, it's Super Saiyan 3 Goku. You get it from the gacha. Have you played against Baby Raider? I've been playing against the Baby Raider for as long as I have been streaming, but for some reason, the last 3 raiders decided to be other than Baby. Like, someone tried to be Cell, and someone tried to be Broly, so... Also, if you have a team that's all running mob and meta, it's still a shit show to win against. if you have like a really good pre-made survivors, they can still win against Baby. Like that's it's gonna be that way forever. There's no way to remove that from the game. Even if they buff Raiders, Survivor will still be the power role. Like I don't see this game having Raider as a balanced power role. It's like 7 survivors, like so unbalanced. He needs too long to level 2. No, I think like as a level 1, as Baby, you're not looking for civs. Like it's a big mistake to go only for civs as level 1 Baby. You have to go after survivors. Like that's his power. All his power resides in the fact that you need to go for survivors, because you actually can just down survivors in like 1 second by just going close to them and pressing the button. So it's like they're civilians. Like the survivors are just running around opening boxes next to you, and it's just a free meal for them, for you. Like for Baby, he just walks up to the survivor and eats him. Like he's disabled for the rest of the game. So you don't go for civs. Like if you find civs as level 1, then good, but you're trying to go for survivors, like spawn kills. But yeah, I don't think like high level survivors, they actually will try to like fly above Baby, because he can't fly as level 1, so they try to avoid him as much as possible. And he's just like Cyberman in a sense. So he needs I think 3 civs to be level 2, or 4 civs. And I mean, it's really hard to starve him from civs, because he gets 3 infected ones, so, and he can teleport to them, so it's pretty tough. I down 3 survivors by faking being a civilian. Yeah, that sounds after playing Baby a couple times and playing against him, I can see how he can just down multiple survivors as a level 1. Like he's so broken as a level 1. Also, how you doing, Roland? First time I see you here, but I hope you enjoy the stream. It's always great to see new faces. I just hope we get a Raider match so I can actually showcase how strong Baby is. Like, he's so strong, it's unreal. Had a match with Baby Civ, run into the cave near the last key. I pinged him and one player kept going in, out in if I see if he was in there. He started blinding and Baby ganked him. Yeah, if you try to do anything as a survivor versus Baby, you're like, if you try saving a civilian, you're vulnerable. If you try opening boxes or setting keys, you're also vulnerable. So you're like, you don't actually get a heartbeat. Killed 2 survivors in 1 cave. And the funny thing about level 1 Baby is that if you finish off if you finish off a survivor as a civilian and then you teleport to another civilian, so you keep like a scout, a scout next to the revived body, so if someone goes in for the revive, he gets stunned by the civ you left there. So that's really great to know. Like, or if you like evolve from level 1 to level 2 because you killed the survivor, you still keep the civ that you used. And once they go for the revive, they just kind of have to go through the civ to revive. And that's gonna, of course, give baby evolution and alert him, stun the survivors. That's like really good. You have to try to do that as much as possible. One game, guys. If it goes to 10 minutes, then I'll restart. Because usually it's like 1 to 2 minutes max. I mean, today it's been that way for me. Dead game. Yeah, it's I was thinking maybe it's gonna be dead on arrival, actually. This game. Like this season, the first day, and then no one is playing it. Like, just gonna restart. One thing I would say that they need to balance the infect action towards survival. Yeah, they definitely do. Like, it's too damn strong, the infect. Like, you just go to a survivor and then locked into the animation. It's like they're a civ being finished off. Like, you get to disable one skill for the entire game. That's too strong, man. But I mean, I think I've won a couple games against Baby. Or like managed to activate the SCM versus him. But so far, he's been really strong. Like, in the hands of an experienced player, he's gonna be real strong. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to fight against at level 100. If by some reason, like if you get a level 100 Baby in your game and he's Z5, I think you're gonna have a terrible time. No matter how many Z5 survivors you bring, it's gonna be a stomp for Baby. Even like with all the good meta skills. And that's how it should be. Like, I think the Raider should actually be able to control how the game goes. Baby needs only 20 skills up for this passive skill. The rest sucks. Yeah, he only needs his this one. This. Affecting survivors and civilians planting eggs increases evolution. So this, he gets to keep this for level 1 and 2 and 3. So it's just more evil towards like doing anything regarding infecting survivors and civilians. So you're gonna have to plus 20 this as soon as you can. And you can snowball even harder. Like, he's a snowball character. You just plant as many eggs as possible in the start of the match. And then, like, it's game over if they, like, try to, if they don't go for the revives. Or if you're one kind of guy who's, like, camps the bodies, then you're getting servants, which are, like, way better than Zarbon and Dodoria. Like, they can actually fire supers, multiple supers, and take multiple shots. Hey, thanks for the follow, Rollin. Hope you enjoy your stay. I really appreciate it. What was your reaction to seeing all baby lines were being TP? Yeah, I don't know, man. I felt like they were actually being greedy, like really greedy. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like that at all. I mean, maybe if I was a whale who buys everything, I wouldn't care, but think of the guys, the people who actually like play the game out of the box. Like they bought the game, it's a paid game, $20, and they still have to pay money to enjoy the game. That's like so bad. Maybe Death Ball is on level 3 is crazy, his hitbox. I've tried it, yeah. It's I've managed to hit survivors with it behind like huge obstacles. So it's like you just aim it at certain angle and you can hit anything. Like you can hit the ETM if it's behind a rock, like a mountain. You can snipe with it really well. Also, what I've done is, you know, when there's a destroyed area and it's in the way, and like you can see the ETM spawn on the other side of the huge chasm that it's in the way. You can actually shoot a super right through it, and it will hit the ETM or the survivors. So if you have like Revenge Death Ball, you do it through an AD'd area, you can actually hit survivors, snipe them very easily. But yeah, overall, his supers, I think they're even better than Goku Black. The only thing I will give Goku Black over Baby is that he actually gets a dash on his level 3. And Baby on his level 3 is like doesn't get a dash anymore. He's like loses his level 2 dash. So if you go here, so at level 2 you get this dash move, and then if you go to level 3, it gets replaced by the Ki Blast move. It's not as great, I want to say. Like, this is a bit of a downgrade. Reverse shot. I would rather have a dash that lets me like chase survivors with a Jaco ship and all. But once you get to level 4, it's like game over. It's even better Vegeta level 4. He gets double the health, and you can actually call your scouts while being Great Ape. Like, Vegeta should have been able to call Nappa while he's Great Ape, but they decided not to give him that. It would be too powerful, I guess. I don't know. Currently, level 1 Baby can be seen moving around with a Civ radar. It makes sense. Yeah, that's a nice touch. I think him being shown up on the radar as a Civ makes sense to me, at least. E detection is also pretty nice active to use against Baby. For level 1, yes. And maybe for if you're trying to save the Civs, the infected ones. But if you save Civs, keep in mind that if they're infected, you actually give him evolution energy, which can be good if you're trying to get the supplies at level 3, because you don't get them anymore at level 2. So, hello Ahmed, how you doing, man? His Serpent can tank 2 hits and can... His Serpent? Camp, escape, spawn, machines. Oh, you mean the Dragon Fist? I don't have it yet. I haven't gotten to use that skill yet. I haven't pulled it. My games have been... I don't know how to say it. Like, I've been having fun, but I can't say I've been winning a lot. Like, I'm either being finished off by the level 4, or escaping on the ETM. So I haven't been getting a lot of high-level survivors. So it's been a stomp for the Raider every time. So I'm lucky to even get a ETM escape. I've had a Raider destroy the ETM. I think it was a baby. And yeah, it feels bad when you're trying to ETM and you get caught. I don't see any familiar faces. I've seen one person. He's like on a friend's server, and sadly he bled out. But we won the game because the Raider DC'd. Like he was winning so hard, but still DC'd for some reason. There's a lot to get adjusted, and everyone is confused by how the game plays right now. For me, it's just like the fail to connect room members has been terrible. It's been a really bad error for me. I don't like it. I don't like having that. Only level players 100 or below. Yeah, pretty much. Even if you get level 200, 300, it's only one of them, and he can't really make a difference. Impossible to find familiar faces with all the matchmaking locks. Yeah, pretty much. Like you find people from really close people in your region, and they're all on consoles. Like you never met them before, so it's like the Raider still can be like a Z5 or like a camper. So that's how terrible the game has been for me. It's not. I don't know. I want to see people I know. I want to see like good Raiders, people who don't camp. Like in previous seasons, before crossplay got added and region lock. So now that region lock is here and crossplay it's like a bonanza of so many bad players, I want to say. So far I haven't had too many errors. Well, lucky you. If you go watch the VOD, if you have time, you can count how many failed to connect to room member I've had. It's easily like 15 or 20 times I've had it during this stream alone. So Haku got penalized. Not sure. Kohaku? I don't know. Oh, Kohaku. Yeah, I see. I haven't been penalized for it, but it just kills it for me. It just kills the rhythm of the game. Like I'm trying to queue up, show the Raider, and it's like I don't know. I don't really like waiting so much for a game on season 1 on day 1 of the season. Camping is just not fun either side. Ranked was such a mistake. And leaderboards. Let's not forget leaderboards. Terrible. Just terrible decision. On my last game, the Raider was a little bit off my body. Yeah, that's just how Raiders are gonna be now. Especially with Baby. Like, if you camp as Baby, you actually get rewarded for it. You get a servant. Understandable. Yeah, it's so bad. Camping versus one immortal Civ. That one hit you. I don't think he's gonna camp as level 1 because he's gonna lose so much pressure. I don't think Baby will be inclined to camp as level 1. And he gets auto evolve anyway, so he's losing so much if he stays level 1. He just needs to infect as many things as he can early on. But we'll see how it goes. Like, maybe if I get a Raider game now, we'll see how it goes. I hope I do get high level. Yeah, fuck. I was hoping I would get high level survivors, so I would showcase how broken Baby is. So people are so lame. He doesn't even need to camp. Like, I've had like some good Raiders I faced today. They didn't even camp. They kept downing survivors without camping, and they got level 4. They were snowballing. It was unreal how much of a snowball they had. We've some really low levels here and a Goku Black. Great. Awesome. You know, I'm tempted to run my normal build, but for the sake of this stream, I'm still gonna keep this. 4 survivors got me to 4 bar HP. Oh yeah, they still can gang up on you, because that's how the game goes. If the survivors DC on you and you like get caught in a combo, you're just gonna lose all your health. That's just how the game is now. I blew STM trying to jump in me again, right to 2 bar HP. Yeah, that must be really scary, man. Like when the survivors are actually trying to kill you, not waiting for ETM. You can down 3 survivors at level 1, down them again. Yeah, you down them again, you get your as level 2. You get 3 servants, yeah, very easily. You infect, they tell you where they are. Yeah, that's how strong Baby is. But because of the nature of this game, it's still gonna get power crept by the survivors. Like survivors can actually find a way to beat him, even though he's really strong. Obviously not with random people, low levels. But it really also depends on the raider, who the raider is. Ow. Ah, I don't have Immortal Champion! Whatever, man. I'm prior farming, man. It's shooting me. How dare you? Yeah, I don't know, man. I didn't really expect him to come, like, spot me. I don't know. I was hiding behind the pillar, but he still got the lock on. Yeah, it's fine. If he camps me out, it's fine. I get 1 more prio. I don't care. It's a special hit for those who hate Pan. Yeah, he's just gonna stand there and let me bleed out. This is how he's gonna try. I mean, this is his best bet, because if you see a level 300 and you actually get a spawn kill on him, might as well just camp him out, I guess. And I don't think these people will try to revive anyway, so. Yeah, ranked isn't even active, he's just trying. Oh shit. Thank you, Yas, for the redeem. Is he gonna destroy this? Oh, okay, good. Thank you. This game is still dead. Yeah, it's on the first day of the season. Brought me back for season 6. He coming back here? Yeah, I don't know, man. I promised I wouldn't come back, but it's because of Baby. Yeah, Baby is pretty fun, I guess. I could see people coming back just to try him out and have fun. And also for the buffs they give in the Raider. Like, the Raider buffs are really good. Is he trying to give me a barrier? I don't need one, man. Thank you. I do need a vehicle because I'm running as vehicle. No skin at level 50, that sucks. No skin? Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe they just like being a default survivor. Oh, what? Huh? You good? I'm still gonna get the cubes. How do you feel about Dragon Fist? I don't know, this guy even in the game still. The Dragon Fist, I haven't pulled it yet. That's the thing. I haven't seen how good it is. This guy is just, yeah, over there. Might have to beat up Zamasu. Someone on reds looks really good. If I actually pull it, I wouldn't be. I would try it to see how good it is. Because I've seen Jaco's ship. I don't know, like, does it go farther than Jaco's ship? Because if that's the case, then maybe that's gonna be the new meta. Not really feeling it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know, man. New season, like, maybe it's the baby raider is good, but it still like didn't address a lot of things. It's not gonna be enough to bring this game back, at least for me. In terms of movement, I don't think it's that good. Oh, you mean the Dragon Fist? Yeah, I think what you call it, Jaco's ship is gonna be better. The stagger and damage. Oh yeah, it does deal damage. Yeah, it would be interesting to see how much damage it does, I guess. But I'm surprised they didn't make it a super, because when I first saw it on stream, on the live stream, I thought it was a super. Dragon Fist looks amazing with a drawback, if used as an escape tool. We're actually gonna set the keys and let this Goku Black completely destroy us. Oh, okay, he's level 3. That's good. I don't have IT, so he might have heard me. Come to destroy this building. Is he? Okay. Oh! He actually just left, so we could get the ETM. That's crazy. Okay, that's... I don't know, man. Sure, I guess you can leave, do that. I'm still gonna set the key, though. I'm not... Yeah, you can leave, I guess. I'm just gonna set the key. It's not fair for the raider. Like, if he does that, it's not fair. I'm gonna set the key, maybe try to take the super transfer if the other guy doesn't do it. Set the key. Is he going for it? Man, that guy, respect to him, he's actually going in. Goku Black that's not afraid of leveling up. I guess he got confident because he's like, I'm winning so hard, so might as well. But any Goku Black I can see just staying level 2 Come on, man. Okay. If you... Oh. Whoops. No, okay, he gave up. Whatever, man. If you're just gonna be like that, whatever. I wanted to give you the ETM so you can destroy it, but sure. It's just, I wanted, like, he was shooting the ETM, so I thought, like, he's, like, letting me escape. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna try to give him the ETM machine. So Zamasu attacked me. I tried to kill Zamasu, and it's like, no, you can't do that. I don't know, man. I should have IT'd sooner to that other person. Yeah, that was a failure by me. But at least we get a prio, I guess. But if you buy the Raider right now, you get plus 10 prio. So you're still gonna be, if you're prio 6 like me, you're still gonna be at a disadvantage compared to someone who just bought the Raider. Only the average wait time was right. Yeah, the average wait time is always like bugged. Level 100 bug for Baby Raider. Do you mean when you actually get a guy who's level 200 as Baby or something like that? Because bought 400 TP just for Baby? Yeah, I guess that's worth. Playing Baby for a couple games, I think it's worth giving a shot. Imagine spending money. Yeah, Kohaku, I don't know. If you manage to get everything without spending money, that's actually... I don't know if you can even do that. My video is on, did testing and everything. Baby is broken. Yeah, he is. So far, if you play him versus people who don't know how to play against him, I think he's gonna be very broken. But once people learn, it's not gonna have as good of a time, I wanna say. Played since season 1 and got everything? Oh, okay. If you're only going for a Raider and maybe some Survivor skins, then I guess you can like manage to buy everything without paying. But I just go ahead and like buy everything, like Survivor skins and Raiders. I at least get those, so. Man, why? Stop crashing! Oh my god. I hate this. Yeah, it's always like this. Love seeing level 1 baby strolling up to me as a civil. It's creepy and funny at the same time. Yeah, man, it's like I've said this before, but I would love it so if civilians actually could be in the middle of nowhere, even if they're not infected. So Baby would actually not stand out like that. This is a Saiyan Raider I spent money on. Yeah, I guess being the first being Goku Black, I guess, or Broly. But I'm only level 7 with Baby, but during the match it says I'm level 100. Yeah, I see. That happens. We were together in queue. Also for me, broke. Yeah, I don't know why does it keep breaking. Like, what did they change in the code? We're finding games fast, but still. Look at that intro, man. That's a sick looking intro. And then you get Bulma as well. That's Baby match said of us, 226. It's just your survivor level, I believe. Have fun, Lord Fan Baby. Yeah, I'll try. It's gonna be a bunch of goobers. Yeah, we're gonna have fun here. But I'm still gonna mute the music, because I would like to hear the other civilians. Baby Pan. Man, imagine if Baby actually infected Pan. Like, the only two people that Baby didn't control were Pan and Goku. And GT, I mean. Didn't Justin Bieber sing something about Baby? Yeah. The Baby song. Baby, 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 no. Thought you'd be always mine. Look at my level. Look at my level as Baby. It's bugged. I'm not cheating, it's just bugged. Thank you for the follow. Who followed? Thank you for the follow, Tomato Bod. I hope you enjoy watching the stream. And you're just in time for a radio game, so I'm hoping I can showcase how good it is. Because I'm gonna make a lot of mistakes that other raiders wouldn't make, and I'm still gonna win. Let's see. Cheating? No, not cheating. Not a cheater, man. So what I'm gonna do is stand over here and move to that one. And then I can hear someone around here. So, look at how clueless he is. He's in a cave. He's trying to save a Civ. And then I also get the Civ he's trying to save. Oh, I can't infect him. Give me the Civ. Thank you. Is she gonna try to fight me, my guy? Nope. You can't hit me. I'm invincible. Come over here. Oh my god. Let's see. It can't damage me. Yeah, that's how it is. But he still managed to escape, so props to him. So I'm gonna destroy B. And I also get to interrupt like everything that survivors are doing with that animation. There's 2 more civs here. One here and one other there. Yeah, I found Civ Heaven. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't try to destroy what you call it, B. I'm just gonna get all the civs now that I can get, but still wanna infect the survivors. We'll see. There's someone here. Someone here. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. You just lost, my guy. Shut your yap. Yeah, it's actually a focus. I have a BTTV emote I would like to add. Oh. Okay. Thank you. So what I want to do, I don't want to destroy D, because there's like 4 civilians infected there. Are the voices? Yeah, the voices are not working for me. I don't know why. It's just not working. Where is he? Oh, I think I destroyed them. All uninfected civilians are gone. I see. So everyone else is infected. The first time I get that message, so... I evolved because someone tried to save an infected civ. So if anyone actually goes for if anyone actually goes for those civs, they actually can't read. Oh shit. Ah, too late! Whatever. Whatever. No, I'm still gonna get you. Ah, bastard. That's mine. Still gonna die, my guy. I see. No? Okay. And now I get your friend here. Where is he? If you change voices to English, you can hear... Really? Okay, we'll see. There's someone around here. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, man. You completely got fucked there. All right, let's see this Great Ape gameplay. Man, I think they actually can kill Great Ape if they get enough supers, but we'll see. Yeah, yeah, I guess they didn't. Let's destroy this. I'll go to D. What? I downed 3 people? Huh? What are you guys doing, man? What are you guys doing? Yeah, I don't know. I guess the others can escape. The one guy. He has SOS. Ah, man, that sucks. I'm so embarrassed by that. Oh, whatever. I killed 3 people with an AD, man. That's crazy. For summary, they were all in C. Of course, he has SOS. Yeah, they're all low levels. And he looks so good. He looks actually cracked. I think this is the best game I've had yet. You done 3 people before the AD. I don't know. Like I was looking at the list of people that were downed, and it's like everything lights up in red. So I don't know. I'll someone can clip it. I don't know. No servants used. Yeah, I completely forgot about the servants because I didn't actually down too many people. Like I was going for civs the whole game. So let's see. Have any summons we can do? Maybe. Oh, so close. I'll try this. Got womboed. You get Wombo. Oh, actually got a 5-star. Maybe you get something good. Let's see. Scrubs need to get good. Yeah, we need to get better, man. Quick sleep. Double quick sleep! I pulled double quick sleep. I did a double D there. Okay, that's actually... Okay. Alright. Well, back it up. We're done. Oh. I pulled quick sleep back to back and then Grand Horse Champions Grandchild. This multi is such a meme, man. Oh. No fun. This is Breakers. Yeah, we don't have any fun here. It was just play meta, sweaty meta. We play like baby with servants and like infect everyone. I don't know, man. I'm still having fun. Even if I don't play 100% perfect, it's just really fun. But if only we were finding games faster, then I would probably like keep playing all day in order to get the Pan outfit. But I do need to like grab something to eat. So I'll try to raid someone. Like wrap it up and raid someone. Starting to think you aren't really bad in real life. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just a guy. Who knows? So I'm just gonna try to raid someone. Who could raid someone who plays Breakers like Bubbles. I think I'm gonna raid Bubbles. The tippy tap version. Yeah, let's raid Bubbles here. So it's only just started. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we're gonna raid him. This is perfect. Yeah, if you're looking for another streamer just like me, who also plays Breakers for fun, then I guess you can have you can join the raid. I think you will like Bubbles if you don't know him already. So thanks everyone for showing up. Thank you for the follow, Tomato Bud. Thank you, Rollin, for the follow. Thank you, Dreadman, for the raid, and thank you, Spicy, for the gift sub to Giru. And also thank you, Kenoxy, for the raid. I think I've got everything. Yeah. Thanks everyone. See you guys next time. Bye.